can you please come and take the seats here on stage? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start with today's celebration. I greet you all from the function hall, and to those who are watching on YouTube, who are streaming on YouTube, and also those who are listening from Microsoft Teams, I welcome you all. My name is Mamoya Letaleya from the Department of African Languages. And since we are here to celebrate the International Mother Language Day, I would like to begin by saying, ke mohlakwana wa phola di sa mamailang wa thela majwa poloko kaofela di sa matsana po le motlhomela. Ke Mosotho, ke tswa Qwaqwa, ke bua Sesotho, and I'm very proud of my mother language. I'm going to be the driver of this event together with my colleague Napiadi and also with our beautiful sign language interpreters, Ms. Winnie Ngobeni and Ms. Sophie Mabaso. Like I said, I have welcomed you all to this precious event of International Mother Language Day. Before I can continue, I would like to give just a small brief of how this day came about. This day was first announced by UNESCO in 1999, and the main purpose of this commemoration is to promote public awareness of linguistics and cultural diversity and multilingualism. And for this day, we have to thank the language unit and the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages in partnership with the College of Human Sciences and the College of Education and Transformation, Curriculum Transformation Unit. This year's theme for our International Mother Language Day is multilingual education, a necessity to transform education into a multilingual world. We are very blessed that UNESCO decided that all the languages that you can find around the world can be celebrated. Can you just give a round of applause for that? The first speaker who's going to give us a poem is going to be Mr. Zolani Kupe with Imbongi Yomtonyama, and he's going to be doing that from Microsoft Teams. Thank you.
Ngiyabulisa nonke. Wonke umuntu lapha ndiyabulisa. izwe liyazuza, izwe liyagunqa, izwe liyazuza, izwe liyagunqa, izwe liyaguquka, izwe liyatshintsha. Zenithi bentshilo, zenithi bentshilo nangoku. Into zimane ukwenzeka, into zimane ukuvela, into zimane ukuphuma, into zimane ukutshona. Zenithi bentshilo, zenithi bentshilo nangoku. Awu nontulo ndanke, nontulo ndanke, nontulo ndanke, nontulo beleke, nontulo ntema sambe sibheke esikolweni. Nontulo masambe siyafunda ukuthetha, nontulo masambe siyafunda ukubhala, ndithi siyafunda ukubhala nontulo. Nontulo ndanke, danke nangoku nontulo ndanke, awundivona nontulo. Ndithe ndanke nontulo, danke nontulo ndanke, danke nontulo. Masambe siphela esikoleni nontulo. Nontulo khona ukuze siyofunda ngeelwimi zethu nontulo. Mna nawe siyofunda ngolwimi lwam nawe nontulo.
Good morning, colleagues. We can't hear anything. I think today it's a sign language only. I'm not sure.
Ukuze sohlukane nokunhlanhlatha ulwimi xa sifunda indululwazi nontulo. Nezibalo sizifunde ngolwimi lwethu nontulo, olwethu ulwimi lwenkobe nontulo, khona ukuze sikwazi ukuthathela nontulo. Ndithe kuwe nontulo ndanke, ndibeleke nontulo, ndibeleke nontulo, ndibeleke nangoku. Masambe siyokubhexeza, sibhexesha ngeelwimi zethu, sithethe kwamamathe, sithethe ngeelwimi zethu, sibhale kwamintsiba, sibhale ngeelwimi zethu, sicinga amakhakha yade aqhekeke, sicinga ngeelwimi zethu, iilwimi zethu zoshumi, ngoba imfundo kufanele ibe yalwimi zonke nangoku. Ziphi izizwe ezinengqiqo ngenxa yeelwimi zazo? Baphi abantu abaphaphileyo ngenxa yeelwimi zabo? Khawubona amafrentshi ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, jonga amajapan namachina ngenxa yeelwimi zawo, ngenxa yeelwimi zawo, ngenxa yeelwimi zawo. Khawubukela amarussia ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, jonga khangela amataliyane ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, ngenxa yolwimi lwawo. Bukela amajamani ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, thini ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, ngenxa yolwimi lwawo. Uthini ngamabritane anyolukileyo ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, ngenxa yolwimi lwawo, ngenxa yolwimi lwawo. Kodwa thina siyathukwa ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Bathi sisidenge ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Bathi sizinyola ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Bathi sithetha ngathi siyarhutha ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Bathi sibhadlanga ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Bathi siyarhoxoza xa sibhala ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Bathi asikwazi ukucinga ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Ingaba sinetyala na ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Thini ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Ingaba sibonakali na ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Futhi mabamba bangasifuniyo ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Mabayebhakubha ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. Bathwe impundu ezisibaca nje ngenxa yeelwimi zethu, ngenxa yeelwimi zethu. thina siyazithanda ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu nam ndiyazithanda ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu okanye ke ndiyazicaphukela ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yokungathandi kweni ilwimi zethu mna ndiyacaphukela ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu ngenxa yelwimi zethu. Yeah man, niyakubazisa ibhanqa ngenxa yokucaphukela ilwimi zenu ngenxa yokucaphukela ilwimi zenu ngenxa yokucaphukela ilwimi zenu. Ndithe nontulo ndanke nontulo ndibeleke sibhanqa sikanontulo ndibeleke sibhanqa sikanontulo sibhanqa sikanontulo ndifuna ukubaleka ndiyokuzimela mna sibhanqa ndili sikanontulo kuba izwe liyazuza izwe liyaguquguquka izwe liyatshintsha ngenxa yelwimi zethu 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 ngenxa yelwimi zethu.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Zolani. Ari njengelimi zethu nathi siyazithanda njengelimi zethu. Kopari mo pele matsoho once again. The next speaker who's going to speak to us with the introduction of the welcome address is Dr. Napiadi Litswalo, the COD of the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages. Can we welcome him with warm hands?
Tobel, Ausheni, Nda, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, good morning, salam alaikum. Kiema before you today, Jenga Lemizwe too. Thank you very much. My job is very easy. It's just to come and introduce the person who's going to make the welcome address. And they are going to make the welcome address Jengazo Lumizwe too. Kitono itumato magere. So today is International Mother Language Day. Nakamupedi. Kwa iba mpicha na piadi mudia diswana se aparata la magosha sa ya par. Kitono fela ke mamu kinoro kasipedi kinoro kha ga nyano boncha hore siasi genya ngelimizwe tu agere. Thank you very much. So we are going to introduce the person who's going to come and deliver the welcome and opening. But before we do that, if you look at your programs, you'll see that the VP of Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support, Prof. Motsamadikana, was the one who was supposed to deliver the opening and welcome address. Unfortunately, you know that we are talking about the big guns of the institution. So there are pressing matters that they are attending to. So they send their sincere apologies for not making it to this event. But they did not leave us alone. They gave us a representative who will come and deliver the opening and welcome address of this beautiful day. So we are going to have Dr. Feziwe Shoba, who is the coordinator of this event that we are in, which is she's also a language specialist in the language unit, under the Department of Tuition, Support, Facilitation of Learning. Dr. Shoba joined the Department of Linguistics as a researcher for Senate Language Committee Multilingualism projects from 2013 to 2017. She then worked as a postgraduate assistant in the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages. And I should say I'm proud because I'm introducing someone who was part of my department. And she was involved in community engagement projects. And one of the community engagement projects that she was involved in, and she's still part of that project. I'm right, Dr. Nokele, she's still part of that project, yeah. The project is called Skills Training for Editors and Translators. Dr. Shoba is passionate about the development and advancement of African languages, and as a linguist and lexicographer, she co-authored one of the language resources that as indigenous language speakers we are proud to have, because most of our languages do not have that resource, which is the Greater Dictionary of isiXhosa, Volume 1 and 2. If you have seen that dictionary, you would be proud of the work that they have done, because most of our languages do not have a resource of that nature. Currently, in the language unit, they are responsible for the facilitation and monitoring of the implementation of the UNISA language policy. She's also actively involved in capacity building and training of language practitioners at UNISA. So when you see resources developed in indigenous languages coming from the institution, just know that those people who worked on those resources came from her hands. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Fezwe Shoba.
Thank you, Dr. Napiadi, for such a beautiful introduction. I'm not going to make an address as such. I'm going to welcome you in this august occasion, the International Mother Language Day. Fortunately, the program director has started introducing the day, but let me just recap and say this is a very important day for our indigenous languages. And let us thank Bangladesh and the movement that started this day, because this day started in 1952 when the students at Bangladesh were fighting for the liberation of Bengali language. They were saying, we want our language to be the language of learning. And there was a protest. And the United Nations felt that for reconciliation and peace in the whole world, let this day be an international day to celebrate all the languages, not necessarily the Bengali
Colleagues, there's
language.
no sound now. Can you hear the speaker?
What is the message? Oh, continue. So, this day is very important. Also to note, as the audience and the participants in this event, is that this year is the second year of the decade of indigenous languages. We will remember that UNESCO declared 2022 to 2032 as the decade of indigenous languages. You've listened to our praise poet speaking and reciting in his own mother language, which is an indigenous language, isiXhosa. So today we are celebrating all our languages, and we will be speaking all our languages, if possible, including the sign language. The theme is so relevant and important here at UNISA because it says multilingual education, a necessity to transform education. Sometimes we feel, or we are of the view, that language is not that significant, whereas language is a tool and an asset to transform the curriculum. So it is so relevant today here at UNISA when we celebrate this day, and thanks to the VP and the project leader, Prof. Muropa, for giving us that opportunity. According to UNESCO, multilingual education enhances the quality of education by underlining the importance of cultural and linguistic diversity. When I was approached by one of the interpreters to say, can I have some of the poets written down? And I said, no, sometimes it's not easy when they recite from their heart, because they may not say what is written on the paper. So we rather allow them say the poems in their languages, because in poet, or in some of the poems, there's deep language that is embedded in the culture of that specific language. You've heard Mr. Cooper here using sometimes strong language, but he's got a permission to do that as a poet. You can say whatever you want in your language from your heart. Then again, to welcome you, let me say today we are promoting the preservation and protection of all languages. We don't wish our languages to die away, because if we don't use them, they will die. If we don't see those cultural artifacts that are displayed there, we won't understand. And I welcome and I invite guests to go to those displays and learn about each and every culture's attire, to say, what is this item? What is this item? You will be told that in the mother language, because it is not in English. So we are promoting that. And that we get from the Constitution, Section 6.1 of the Constitution, which recognizes all 11 official languages, including sign language. Here at UNISA, we've got a language policy which commits to the equitable use of all 11 languages, including sign language. That's why you see 2 sign language interpreters today. We want to encourage people and other departments to make use of our interpreters, so that we don't disadvantage those who cannot speak. The policy also promotes the use of language in all aspects of communication of the university, teaching and learning, research, public, internal and external communication. I'm sure when you were coming in, you saw signage in our indigenous languages. So we don't only have a language policy at UNISA, we implement it. We make sure that we practice what is written on that paper. The ultimate goal of the language policy here at UNISA is multilingual education. As much as we say English is the medium of instruction, there are means to support students in various languages. Hence, I've quoted this definition from our language policy to say multilingual education refers to an education which emphasizes the use of multiple learners' primary languages, that is the mother tongue, in formal education while learning a second language. So our policy does allude to that. How do we celebrate International Mother Language Day at UNISA? Colleagues will remember that last year we had several presentations and we were showcasing only the multilingual policy that we've got. Today, we've touched various aspects of culture. We demonstrate our cultural diversity, use of mother languages and promotion of multilingualism, sign language in action, that is the interpreting, highlights the use of multiple languages in teaching and learning. You will hear some presentation dealing with that. Book reading in various mother languages. So there are books that are written in our languages, and today we want to showcase that. Mr. Cooper was saying, ebesithi apha, ngenxa yelwimi zethu bacinga uba sizizidenge, which means because we speak and we write in our languages, other people think that we are fools, we are stupid, we are not intelligent. So the authors that are able to write in our languages are showing that. Learning about other people's languages and cultures. Dr. Napiati has just learned something ngenxa yelwimi zethu. So at least when he goes home, he'll have a term that he has captured from this. Showcasing resources in indigenous languages, terminology development and lexicographical products and dictionaries. These are the activities that we are going to witness and see today. In those words, you are welcome at UNISA. We've got guests from other partners outside UNISA. I will mention one, Statistics South Africa. Can those colleagues show their hands? These are the people from Stats SA. Stats SA is one of our partners here at UNISA. They have developed a very nice book which we always showcase when we've got occasions in various languages. Please, colleagues, make sure that you get a copy so that when you translate statistics, you don't make mistakes. There is a resource. So it's one of our stakeholders that I see in front of me. Program directors will introduce other guests as they come in. In those words, wamkelekile, botanganetswa, hiamukelekile, welcome, liamugetswi, lihamugetswi. I'm trying to make differences between Setswana and Sepedi. I'm learning. In those words, colleagues, enjoy this beautiful day. Thank you.
Role program director no logo itaola nyana so. Ka se ga shubare monna apare ke fa ka ntlong aga but the same way that the poets have poetic license, we also have program director license. All right, no, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Shoba, for welcoming us and telling us why are we here today, and also showing us where the significance of this day and where it actually started. And indeed, we are learning. Some of us, we did not know that the movement started in Bangladesh. So this means that we ought to learn Bengali. the language spoken in Bangladesh. So thank you very much. Just to remind you, the theme for today is multilingual education, a necessity to transform education in a multilingual world. Dr. Shoba just mentioned that Section 6, subsection 1 of our Constitution acknowledges 11 official languages. And we know that sign language has also been gazetted to become the 12th official language. So, meaning that this theme, which is an international theme, speaks to us as a country because we are a multilingual nation. So, thank you very much for reminding us that. We also appreciate the Office of the VP through the unit of Prof. Moropa for organizing this day so that we can come and showcase the significance of our languages. What's the word? Yeah, that one. Yeah, so we are not Arjona. I get it. So thank you. And one of the things that I picked up is that we really need to preserve and protect our indigenous languages. And the only way to do that, if I bulabuli, if on Spratni, then our languages will meet their demise. So it's very important for us to do that. Kiskachi anako, kerato bolela too much. Kiskachi anako, we continue to acknowledge those who are joining us online. We are streaming on YouTube. And also on Teams, as you can see on the screen. Those who are joining us on Teams, we are going to apologize because when the speakers are going to come here, we will not be able to show their presentations because we will be showing the sign language interpreters. So you will not be able to see the presentations on the screen, those of you who are joining us on social media platforms. Kiska sinyanako, today retlo keteka, reketekang kasara borena, reketeka ka megolokwane, ke gopela megolokwane. I think maybe I thought the organizer prepared tea so that everyone can have tea, or when we request ululation, it does not sound like people have not eaten. Rahobela megolokwane. Wow! Thank you very much. So we are going to have a poem by Mr. Tebo Ngubane. And after the poem, I'm not coming back on stage. He will then come here and introduce our keynote speaker. Ntate Ngubane?
I know you don't need lyrics. I know you Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. This is who we are. This is an African way of doing things. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Igama lami nginguTebuhu Isibongo Ngubane. Don't be fooled by this name. I am Zulu by birth. I am fortunate that my mother was a Sotho and I had to learn Sotho language. That helped me a lot because I managed to propose my second wife using Sesotho. So there was some benefit there. Without any waste of time, before I go through the poem, or I relate the poem that I have prepared for this day, I just want to say, my name, Teboho, stands for those who came before me, those who are with me, and those who are going to be with me as I'm presenting. I would like to take this opportunity ngithi ngalogwayi nalempepho amanzi nomhlaba makwande emabomvini kisitlohulwana sanamane babina peba banokaye khole sinang mokhwali mogogadi gulale gama liqhamuka khona kibe sitlohulwana sa lekhwathi bomanopa gabedi banope gararo ke bomanopa ba kokotletsa ba re he ba sa khumane nama ba je motho kanti ngiyisizukulwane samandebele labo ke onqaku omanala obingweni ngibathanda kakhulu ngoba bangikhulisile labo bantu kanti lembewe nibona lapha mkwenu eyensizwa ungubane ombovo somahasho matomelo malandela ngwane oncukumane obamayeka isihlangu bafike ngomuntu inzalo kaNzumbane ngengcunce ephuza kwezidi ziziba ngabe bephuza kwezimfishana umlomo ngazibuye nodaka ngingunoma sikusika inyoni esindwa isila sayo ngingunoma phikwane inyoni endizela phezulu bathe belapha umbovu kanti akasekho usesukile uhambile sinjalo ke thina amabomvu bathi angeke ikhala inkomo angeke ikhala imbuzi thina sikhona zasha somahashi ke lapho sinqunya amakhanda ziyeko ulimi mama khanyisa isibani khanyisa inkoti haye amankanka kuqhuma onkamisa ulimi insimi yezinhlamvu phela isigodla umphimbo ukukhanuka kwezinhlamvu ukutshala imbewu yokwakha ezweni hayi ukuletha usisi ngoba ulimi noma ulimi ubuciko bobunqothi nokubuza isiqu kubiza kokubuza siveza ulwazi olunzulu ukuthi ukukhuluma kahle hle ngubizo isipho noma isibusiso ngubise silincele ebeleni lika mama ongumsusa nesibeletho sempilo ulwimi nguphawu lokuphila izwi lomphefumulo yobe ukuphinyiswa kwezinhlamvu uqala ukuhlakanipha ukukhala kwengane ikhalela uma wayo ukumemeza kwengane mama umama ozala isizwe kanye nolimi oliyizwi lesizwe awu ulimi mama khanyisa isibane khanyisa inkotha ihaya mankanka qhuma mankamesi ulimi yinsimu yezinhlamvu phela isigodla umphimbo ukukhanuka kwezinhlamvu ukutshala imbewu yokwakha ezweni hayi ukuletha usizi ngoba ulimi noma ulwimi ubuciko nobuncothi bokubiza isiqubiza kokubiza siveza ulwazi olunzulu ukuthi ukukhuluma kahle hle kungubizo isipho noma isibusiso Lolo ke ubisi esilincele lika mama ongumsusa nesibeletho sempilo. Ulwimi kunguphawu lokuphila, izwi lomphefumulo. Yobe ukuphinyiswa kwezinhlamvu uqala ukuhlakanipha, ukukhalipha ukukhalela umama, ukumemeza kwengane mama, umama ozala isizwe kanye nolimi oliyizwi lesizwe. Lenkondlo siyibhalelwe usazi kaMzibeni. Ngiyabonga. Without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to present to you the guest speaker of the day. That is Prof. Koliswa Moropa. Kiba kwena bao. Prof. Moropa was a chair of the Department of Linguistics from 2010 to 2016. In 2017, she was a tuition manager in the College of Human Sciences. She coordinated tuition and learner support activities. That is CHS Help Desk, Community Engagement, Recognition of Prior Learning, and Mentorship Program. In October 2018, she was seconded to the Department of Tuition Support Facilitation of Learning within the portfolio of VP, TLECSS, to lead the Language Unity 5-year strategic project called Transformation Building Capacity for South African Languages. The project is responsible for monitoring implementation of the UNISA language policy and ensures that all academic departments' advancement of official South African languages as languages of teaching and learning, scholarship, and research. Prof. Moropa has served as a member of the Senate Language Committee since 2010. In 2011, she was the task team leader for multilingual glossaries in tuition as UNISA implemented its 2010 revised language policy. From 2020 to 2022, she played a key role in revision of the 2016 UNISA language policy. The new language policy was approved by Council on the 3rd of January 2023. In 2013, she initiated the International Translation Day Colloquium at UNISA. The International Translation Day is celebrated every year on the 30th of September globally in honor of the Saint Jerome, the first Bible translator. In 2022, the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages, in partnership with the Language Unit, hosted the 10th Colloquium. Services in professional committees. Prof. Moropa served as a member of the advisory board that assisted the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in establishing the South African Language Practitioners Council as per the 2014 South African Language Practitioners Council Act. She is a member of the International Association for Translation and Intercultural Studies, Linguistic Society of South Africa, African Languages Association of Southern Africa, and an associate editor of the Southern African Linguistic and Applied Language Studies Journal. Prof. Moropa fields of specialization include
also here, right? A lot of what is your July?
Should I continue?
Can we do it like this?
Thank you. Prof. Moropa's fields of specialization include translation studies, focusing on corpus-based research, technical and literary translation, terminology and lexicography, African languages linguistics, morphology, phonetics, and phonology, syntax in isiXhosa, isiZulu, and isiSwati. Those are Nguni languages. African languages, literature, oral traditional prose and poetry, modern prose and history of development of African languages with specific reference to isiXhosa and isiZulu. I am presenting to you uDenga, uMamXesibe, uNonzaba, uMbathane, uMachaya, ozalwa nguNadlamini izizikazi. I am now presenting you our speaker of the day, Prof. Moropa. Sibiziwe tina yelele, yelele ha, usibizile tina. Sande zomurupa wasabe.
Wow. Molweni. Sanbonan. Dumelang. Yabonga. Tate Ngubane. What a wonderful introduction. I just feel so humbled. Most of you do know me, or even if you haven't seen my face, you have seen me in emails, especially at UNISA. So this is a special occasion for me, as you have heard that my responsibility that was assigned to me by the Office of the VP Teaching and Learning as far back as October 2018 is to lead a strategic project that monitors the implementation of the UNISA language policy. So in my presentation, it's a pity that we are not in a position to show the slides, but I'll try and go through it quickly within the 20 minutes that have been allocated to me. And I will be more on the practice rather than bringing theories, because I think we have theorized so much, but we have not seen the practice. So it's high time as Unisens and our collaborators and partners that let's be intentional about these languages. Let's mean business. So in my presentation, I will take you through the Senate Language Committee, its role, and then the 2010 language policy, what we did to implement it as UNISA, then the 2016 revised version of the 2010, and now come to the 2023 language policy. I just want us to give a round of applause for the approval of our language policy, the revised version, on the 3rd of January 2023 by Council. As my colleague, Dr. Shoba, gave a welcome address, she touched on what multilingual education is all about. Multilingualism and mother tongue-based education are the driving forces for the transformed and Africanized institutions of higher learning. The debate on the use of diverse languages is central in the transformation agenda. The role of language is very critical in the transformation of higher education because it does not only impact on access and success, but affirms diversity. This means the implementation of multilingual policies at South African universities determines the new epistemologies that shift away from discriminatory methods of the apartheid regime. Just to allude to what our praise poet said, that the moment you speak in your language or write in your language, you are not intelligent enough. That's what we experienced, some of us as university students during my era, that I had to learn isiXhosa, isiZulu, and Siswati, the languages that I'm mentioning. When I was doing my first degree, we learned morphology, phonetics, and phonology in English. We only cited examples in our languages, though we were taught these languages. I also did a course in Sesotho. It was called Special Sesotho because when you were majoring in the Nguni languages, you had to do a Sesotho language. When you were majoring in Sesotho languages, you have to do a Nguni language. All that was in English. So even when we were writing literature, you would read Jordan Ingqombo Yeminyanya, but when you write an assignment and you appraise the book, you have to do that in English. Just imagine learning your language through another language, whereas you are able to express yourself in your language. So that's what we have experienced, some of us. Hence now, we are not only linguists or language specialists, we have become language activists because we want this to be a reality. We want our kids, our grandchildren to experience the wealth, the richness that is contained, that is in these languages. For instance, when it comes to praise poetry, a poet that praises in a spur of a moment, the poet doesn't need to prepare. It's in him. It's a God-given gift. It's not happening in all the languages. I don't think in Europe they have imbongis, but let me leave it there. Right? Then at UNISA, we have the Senate Language Committee. The Senate Language Committee is the body or the structure that directs or manages and oversees language activities. It is chaired by the VP, Teaching and Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support. The VP, Teaching and Learning, is the policy custodian. She or he is the one who must see that as an institution, we implement the language policy. Then, in compliance with the language policy for higher education, because some may wonder, we talk language policy, where does it come from? It comes from the language policy for higher education that was approved in 2002. And then UNISA took the responsibility of crafting its own language policy in line with the 2002 language policy for higher education. And then in 2006, we had a language policy. Then in 2010, we revised this policy. Hence then, in my topic, it says, use of multiple languages in teaching and learning, mapping UNISA's initiatives. And if you have listened to Dr. Shoba indicated that it's not only about teaching and learning and research, it's about using these languages in communication, internal and external. But today, since the theme is multilingual education, I will just focus on what we have done in terms of teaching and learning as an institution. Then in 2010, some of you who were here at UNISA at that time will remember that the language policy, though it was under the VP as the policy custodian, it was driven in the College of Human Sciences. It was the Deputy Executive Dean who was responsible for driving the language policy in partnership then with other stakeholders. So fortunately for me, as the COD of the Department of Linguistics, I happened to be active as far back as 2010 in language policy issues. Then those of you who have read the language policy or who may be aware of what we have been doing, they will remember that our focus as UNISA first was on 4 languages: English, Afrikaans, Sepedi, and isiZulu. And then from 2010, we worked with these languages and we promoted the development of multilingual glossaries in these languages. Though we started far back, maybe 2007, but formally we said now, let's focus on these languages. Then we came up with projects. The first project that we had was to find out from students, how do they view these multilingual glossaries? Do they find them useful? That was the first project in the 2010 language policy. For instance, the purpose of multilingual glossaries is to help students to understand key terms and concepts that are in English, and then if they have them in their languages, we believe that they will be able to understand the study material better. And then what we did as the Senate Language Committee, we implemented a sort of a survey that was led by the Department of Institutional Research, but it had another name during that time. And some of the questions that were in the questionnaire were these. I'll go through them quickly. How often did you use the glossary? Reasons, if answered sometimes or never, you must give reasons. Has the glossary assisted you with your studies? If yes, in what ways has the glossary assisted you with your studies? But to sum up, the findings were that the majority of students favored a continued and improved compilation of glossaries for those students whose first language was not English. Then the second project was the strategic project. I like this project so much because it was hosted by my department, Dr. Litswalo, the Department of Linguistics at that time before we had modern languages. It was led by Prof. Ngobo. Hopefully maybe he's online. And its title was Students' Language Attitudes. It was a 4-year project from 2013 to 2016. It was also commissioned by the Senate Language Committee to investigate the language attitudes and preferences of students, since it was felt that language attitudes may have an effect on learning. Then the specific aims of the project were threefold. 1, to investigate which languages were preferred by UNISA students for communication or as media of instruction. This was in line with specific clauses in the language policy. To investigate how and why students were making particular choices regarding media of instruction. And 3, to make recommendations for the implementation of an informed, successful language policy at UNISA. Again, here you can see that as UNISA, we are mindful of the role of students, because it's not about academics teaching them or imposing these resources, but we wanted to hear from them that do they really, what is it that they would like the institution to do for them, so that these resources like the multilingual glossaries are really, they do really benefit them. Then some of the key findings were as follows. Some students saw African languages as important for explaining the difficult concepts that are found in English texts, due to the impracticality of using all languages at once, and the fact that some of these indigenous languages are not yet, I am using this term in inverted commas, developed in terms of learning material, or maybe let's say in terms of scientific and technical terminology, not meaning that these languages are not developed, but just for language of special purposes. The view was that these languages could be used to support students in their learning. The presence of these languages in the educational domain may also lead to their development as languages of learning and teaching to provide students with a choice. Then some of the recommendations that, for instance, at the end, Prof. Ngobo and his team wrote a qualitative report. I think it's over 60 pages. That report is still available. And it's so informative, even if, I mean, maybe it's more than 5 years old, but it's still relevant. Some of the recommendations were the use of African languages in the education system should be normalized in learner support. Languages should be developed for academic purposes, and a parallel medium of instruction should be encouraged where possible. Exam papers should be translated into various languages wherever this is possible. Then the third project related to the 2010 language policy was African languages in teaching and learning. Dr. Shoba was the researcher in this project. The Senate Language Committee decided to have this project to support the first year students, and it was called African Languages in Teaching and Learning, where some study material was translated into all official languages. There were about 6 colleges that participated. I'll just mention the colleges without going to detail about the number of modules. It was the College of Education, College of Economic and Management Sciences, College of Accounting Sciences, College of Law, College of Agriculture and Environmental Studies, and College of Science, Engineering and Technology. CHS wanted to participate, but due to the time frames and capacity challenges, no modules were translated from my home college. Then let's fast forward to the 2016 language policy. The University of South Africa, in line with its vision, amended its language policy that was approved in April 2016 to give effect to the transformation agenda. The language policy then introduced the project that we are talking about, that is led by me, called Transformation Building Capacity for South African Languages. And then this is the first policy, colleagues, that has been translated into all official languages. If you are a UNICEN, you can go now on policies, corporate, you'll find this policy in 11 languages. Because we want to, as I say, we want to be intentional by using these languages. When they say there is no terminology, yes, it's true. If something doesn't belong into your culture, you don't have a term for it. But the moment it is introduced, you start thinking about it, and you incorporate and you come up with a term. If, for instance, us as linguists, if we go to Crystal, Crystal says there is no language, linguistically there is no language that is superior to any other language. But at a certain point in time, a language gets a status where it is privileged to be above other languages due to whatever role it has to play at that particular moment. But it doesn't mean if my language is not used, it's inferior to the other language. So when then we came into existence as the language unit, we had a lot of initiatives, like for instance, I think Dr. Litswalo mentioned the language practitioners. Some of them are here in this hall. We started recruiting language practitioners from different departments, not in language departments only, but in the entire university, to become part of the team that can support the implementation of the language policy. And those language practitioners started by translating the exam question papers in 2019. And with the exam question papers, what I can mention is that also through the Senate Language Committee, we were a task team, and my current VP, Prof. Motsa, was part of that task team. We developed a translation of examination framework guiding the institution, and also laying emphasis on the security. How are we going to secure these question papers to ensure that they don't leak? So we have that in place, and it's a pity that COVID disrupted this project. But there are these frameworks that are there. The institution can revisit them and see how the colleges, the academic departments in colleges can still make use of them. Because when, when something new comes in, people are afraid of change. So academics were so concerned about this translation of these exam question papers that how do we make sure that they don't leak? But we were able, with the working together with the Department Directorate Language Services, to come up with a plan. Now I'm going to talk briefly about teaching a module in more than one language, that what is also happening at UNISA. I'm using the CEDU and CHS as the examples of colleges that have started teaching modules in more than one language. There is a module, Religious Studies and Arabic. This module is offered in English and isiZulu by the lecturer concerned, and she allows her students to submit the assignments in isiZulu. I remember assisting her with her tutorial letters 101, going through them and doing the quality assurance. And also she allows the students to answer in isiZulu if they want to. And she has I like that she has a discussion group on my UNISA in the 4 Nguni languages. So everything there is written in one of the Nguni languages. If you are able to understand, you can join that and also make your contribution. And also and there's also another module in sociology. And at this moment, I would like us again to remember, some will remember Professor Tokozo Mthembu, who passed away during COVID. It was his initiative to teach this module in sociology in English and isiZulu. So I think Dr. Philip Ntlantla is still continuing. And also the College of Education, its reading module, I think it's in more than 5 languages. It's being taught currently in more than 5 languages. There are other initiatives, colleagues. I'm not going to talk about them. Some of them have heard about them, For instance, where the OERs in the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages, and also, though it's more on the community engagement, the teaching robotics and so on. But now I want to fast track as the last part of my presentation that since the propagation of the language policy for higher education in 2002, the Department of Higher Education realized that there's little progress that we have made as institutions of higher learning to implement and use these languages for teaching and learning. And then it revised the policy, and then it's called the Language Policy Framework for Public Higher Institutions, and it came out in 2020 and came into effect in 2022. So which means, as UNISA, we are a year behind, but due to a number of sort of reasons that were important in our space that we had to address. And then from this policy, it says that from the report on the use of African languages in the introduction, I'm reading from its introduction, as mediums of instruction in higher education, this policy framework states that it is evident that since the propagation of the language policy for higher education, there's little progress made in exploring and exploiting the potential role of indigenous African languages in facilitating access and success, as well as the intellectualization of these languages in higher education. Language has been and continues to be a barrier to access and success. I think our students can allude to this. It means the student has to have a dictionary all the time next to him, let's say going through a module of even psychology, accounting sciences, whatever, because all the jargon is new, it's not part of his or her own environment and context. The language policy framework for public higher institution emphasizes the need for higher education to value all indigenous languages as sources of knowledge and capable of informing learning of the different disciplines in higher education. Conditions, therefore, must be created for the development and strengthening of indigenous languages as languages of meaningful academic discourse. We don't want to tick the box for the report at the end of the year that we have done it, but we want it to be a reality. We want one day to see a graduate who would say, I was able to achieve because in my studies I got support in my languages as well. Then the 2023 language policy has been recently approved. So the ball is in the court of the VP's office, so that now what we are supposed to do is to come up with a rollout plan that we will submit to MENCOM. MENCOM is the committee that manages the academic activities and other activities in the institution, and then for their advice. After that, we will have to socialize, that's what the VP says, socialize the language policy, or maybe we can say do road shows. But before that, we hope that we will have a conference on the policy. So then I would like to conclude with these words that time to hear the voice of the student about the glossaries has come. We need to have a project or a survey that will look into that. Dr. Shoba, have you heard me? And then parallel medium of instruction should be encouraged, and students given an option where possible to study a module either in English or any other language if there's capacity. As an African university, the University of South Africa commits to build capacity in all South African languages. In shaping futures, the institution has to bring about transformation in teaching and learning, student support, research, and communication. Ngiyabonga, ndiyabulela, enkosi, inkomi, komo, bayadanki. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Prof. Moropa. It was a very a roller coaster for me and all the others to learn about our language policies that are still being in place, and we really appreciate that those policies are still being revised and then they are approved. Thank you. Can we give her a round of applause again? When we had Ntate Teboho mola a re etsetsa thothokiso ya hae e monate, I've noted a few things. He said, "Ukukhuluma kahle hle unguyisibusiso," which means learning to speak very well is a very blessing, especially if you speak in your African language, especially if uziqhenya ngelumi lakho. Jale ka Basotho he rona re tla be re re ho molemo hore o tsebe mo o tswang teng hore o tsebe ho fihla mo o yang teng. Halala. Prof, thank you so much for also teaching us that our languages are very critical for our own diversity. We really appreciate that. Moving forward, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Prof. Mwepe, who is the Director of School of Arts, who joined us from Microsoft Teams. And also Prof. Matonsela, the COD of Department of African Languages. He was just here, but he left just a while ago. The following presentation that we're going to have will be from Ms. Marisa Crisel from Sadila on behalf of UNISA Node. Her topic is the UNISA Node of Sadila, selected highlights. Yes, the space is yours. Thank you.
There we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can those on Teams hear me clearly if I speak in this on this volume? Hope so. Please let me know if it's not loud enough. Thank you so much for having me, for allowing me this opportunity to also share with you some of the work that is being done at UNISA and specifically in the Department of African Languages. Prof. Moropa just spoke about the fact that we need to get intentional about language development and also language preservation. And I hope that what I share today can show you some of the steps that have already been taken and where a lot of the people in this room have already been involved with actioning that intentionality and putting forth resources that do exactly that. So perhaps just a bit of background. You heard mention that I am here presenting SADILAR and the UNISA node of SADILAR. So perhaps some contextualization of what that actually entails. SADILAR is a national incentive currently hosted by the Department of Science and Innovation, where they are actively seeking out researchers, innovators, developers, and creating a platform for those people, along with language experts and language ambassadors, to promote digital humanities in South Africa. Digital humanities, of course, including anything where humanities encounter computers, if I can call it that, and where those two things go hand in hand to bring out the best in each other. So the Department of African Languages, specifically at UNISA, acts as hosts for the Language Resource Development Node in this SADILAR national context. And the node co-managers are Professor Lydia Mochapelo and Professor Madonsela, who was just briefly in and out, and I then act as the project manager for this node. Now, the node is situated within the Department of African Languages, but we want to encourage everybody who identifies as a digital humanist or even just as someone working in the humanities to get in touch and see where you can also connect with this node, because it is an institutional node, and we do have support for the node on an institutional level. The node currently has secured funding for 2 projects that are run in the node, one being the Multilingual, Linguistic and Literary Terminology Development Project, which is a mouthful, but I will explain in a moment exactly what this project entails. The second then, the African WordNet Project, and again, I'll go into some details there now. I will also ask the event organizers to send my slides to everybody present here today, because in my slides are links to the various resources that I will only refer to now. Also contact details for those who want to get further involved or just want to hear more about what we are doing. Now, highlights for 2022 firstly included that we completed 500 linguistic terms, and quite a few people in this room were involved in that process. 500 linguistics terms per language for 10 languages. And those languages include the 9 delivered in the Department of African Languages, plus English as sort of a linking language between the 9 South African indigenous languages. Each term was taken from linguistics study guides, linguistics textbooks, or seen by language experts and linguists as important for students of this area to have a good grasp on. Each term was then translated or created in each of the 9 South African languages, fashioned with a definition and a usage example. Our idea with having English as the linking language is that a student in a linguistics classroom can look up an English term in any of the 9 South African indigenous languages and see all of the information there. The differences between the meaning of the different terms is then also immediately apparent, but we have also made it a very important point in our project to display this on a platform where a student can also search from the South African language, so that we can get away from that idea that English is always the more preferred academic option. So a student can now search from Swahili even, once we add more African languages, to isiXhosa, isiZulu, Tshivenda, Siswati, or any of the other 9 South African indigenous languages. That empowers students not only to use their own mother language as their language of academic involvement, but also to do cross-linguistic research across the various languages in South Africa. We have made all of these 500 terms available in a freely available online platform called Lexonomy. And we had a big workshop in July of this year where we did quality assurance in that platform to ensure that it is as usable and as user-friendly and academically correct as it can be. And at this point, I think it will be also important for us, we now have a good grasp on what Lexonomy offers us, to now draw those surveys that you did with the students into this process to also see how we can further make this a truly user-friendly, student-driven platform with information that they can quickly and easily access in the classroom while they are engaging with their study materials. The beauty of Lexonomy further then is also that it is completely editable by allowed users. So a lecturer can, for instance, highlight certain terms that we might not have yet included in our term bank with a definition and a usage example, or as it is found in their study guide, and we are able to include that term almost within 5 or 10 minutes. Those of you who were at the quality assurance workshop will know that it is quite easy to edit this resource as well, and thereby also make space for terms as they develop in the different languages. Then the second project that I quickly mentioned is the African WordNet project, and we are particularly proud to host this at UNISA because this is a first WordNet for any of the languages involved. So again, all 9 of the languages taught in the Department of African Languages. We started this project way back in 2010 with a workshop by international experts from the Princeton University, where the concept of a WordNet was born. And then slowly started making this concept our own for the South African languages. And we have now included just over 200,000 synsets, and I'll explain what a synset is in just a moment, in the 9 South African languages, each also having a definition and a usage example, but then also connected via the semantic relations to other synsets in the WordNet. So what makes a WordNet something different from an electronic dictionary is that the semantic relations relate certain concepts to each other. For instance, the concept for a motor vehicle, for instance, will be related to the concept for a construction vehicle or a lorry or a train, because those are all moving vehicles. In this same way, certain cultural concepts can also be connected with each other, and the African WordNet therefore also includes a very exciting opportunity for indigenous knowledge preservation, in that you can add terms, for instance, for all of the colorful clothing items that we see in our South African cultures. A term for each of those items can easily be included in a WordNet and then related to each other. The different head dressings, for instance, across the different cultures can be related to each other. And this makes it a very interesting multidisciplinary and multilingual research opportunity as well. Just a quick example of this, Professor Bosch and Sonja Bosch, who was also with the Department of African Languages until recently, and I wrote an article where we included information for all of the different beer vessels in isiZulu, for instance, and how we related those beer vessels to what is commonly now used in a kitchen, while still preserving that indigenous knowledge and making sure that that knowledge can go forward into the future with the language. We are also looking at ways to include images with the African WordNet, so that, as I said, we did the example of the beer vessels, so that we can include photos of those beer vessels and thereby further enhance this resource as a way to preserve the indigenous knowledge. Now, both the linguistic terms that I mentioned and the African WordNet project are freely available for download via the SADiLaR repository, and again, the links to this are in my slides, and you'll be able to access that once the slides are sent to everybody, but also a simple Google search for SADiLaR should bring you all of the information that you need. Then I just want to highlight some future work, and I do this as an invitation for everybody in the room, those joining us on Microsoft Teams, and anybody that you might think would benefit from involvement. We are currently in the process of signing a contract for the 3rd phase of development in both the terminology project and in the African WordNet project, and we should start a new development phase by around June of this year. In this phase, we want to include literary terminology as well as other terms from the digital humanities. So this also includes library sciences, archival sciences, and more study fields from the humanities. We have then also secured funding to add South African Sign Language and some of the Khoi languages to the South African WordNet, or the African WordNet project. And we are particularly excited about this because that will then really mean that we can call ourselves a South African product with all of the languages included. Afrikaans, just as a side note, has a WordNet already, but that was developed as a proprietary resource, so you had to pay to be able to use it. And we are in negotiations to include that in this African WordNet as a free resource as well, because we think it is so important that all of the resources developed for our languages have to be publicly available and publicly accessible. Then we have also decided to include in this third phase of development more research into application of these resources. For instance, how to include the terminology practically in a classroom by, for instance, linking study guides with this term bank directly, so that a student who has their electronic study guide in front of them can see almost like a hyperlink in their study material, and that by clicking on that hyperlink, it immediately takes them to the term bank, and they can there easily find all of the information. Or, for instance, in a more literary oriented classroom where a poem is, for instance, described and certain concepts from that poem highlighted by the lecturer, and when a student clicks on those hyperlinks, it takes them to the WordNet where those concepts are described and related to other concepts easily, and a student can thereby enhance their understanding of the poetry. My slides also include some graphic examples of all of this, so I hope that you enjoy those when you receive the slides. And that is the highlights that we attended to last year, and also some of the future highlights that we can look forward to. And again, I want to invite everybody in the room to get in touch if you want to simply learn more for your students, for your own research, or if there is any part of these resources that you would like access to use in any other format. Thank you very much again for this opportunity, and I look forward to future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. You know, when you're a program director and people are talking about a lot of talking points, it's difficult to keep up, because now you are writing and now my paper is already full because I'm trying to keep up with all that is happening. So thank you, and thanks to Sadila for the great work that you are doing. And I'm saying thank you because there is a project that we have in our department that was partially funded by Sadila. Prof. Moropa mentioned that project. It has to do with robotics terminology. So we are also in the digital humanities, but what I can say, Kore, industry. Yeah, all right, thank you. If you get it, if you don't get it, yeah, all right, thank you. So we are going to move, ne? Before we move, I think there's a special call that came, and I see many language practitioners in the hall that they are calling for collaboration. So let's take up that opportunity and collaborate so that we can better our languages and make sure that we have resources in our languages, because one of the things that Prof. Moropa said is that language is a barrier of access and success. So if we don't make those resources available in our languages, then it means we are also contributing to the barriers that our students are facing. So I am informed by the organizers and to those who are also joining on Teams that the presentation slides, as soon as the speaker takes the podium, the presentation slides are then sent into the chat. So those of you who are on Teams, you can download the presentation slides so that you are able to follow. And I like what's happening here today because it also speaks to the theme of this year's UNISA 150 celebration, because we are saying we are reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. And you cannot reclaim the future of Africa ushumisha malimi abathu ba bangwe. So it's very important that we prioritize our languages, the development of our languages, so that we are able to reclaim the future, the intellectual futures of Africa. So thank you, Marisa, and I'm going to come to you and knock on your door because hey, so we really need money to be able to develop our languages. So we said that today we are celebrating, in as much as we are commemorating, but we are celebrating. So in an African way, when we celebrate through songs, through poems, and as you can see on your project, we have tried by all means that we have poems from different languages, so that the culture of each and every language can be shared here today. So we are going to have a poem from a Sotho poet, Sereti sa Sesotho. And I'm going to call Mr. Aaron Masowa to come and give us a poem. Mr. Aaron?
I can ke monyetla ona ho dumedisa bohle ba teng sebakeng sena ke lebohe motsamaiso wa mosebetsi ke utlwile batho ba ntse ba ema mona ba ipulela hore ke bomang ke Mokwena ke le gwagwa la Sedimo Nthole le raka le maputse ke imetswe ke motho wa bodijo le bo moselane ba tlabana le tutsele totela le tlhogo le botumane ke mothatsa jeng sengwatelo sa mabane mothatsa ha miri temnyana dotlwana ithea ke nna eno no he ana be se ke tloletsa thotokiso mona e seng thotokiso yabo ke yona thotokiso ke tloletsa thotokiso mona e ngotsweng ke nna ka sebele ke mongodi wa dibuka mme jwale ka hare kgoding ena ya Hlakola e leng kgodi ya lerato re ntse re keteka lerato thotokiso ya ka e tlotla e bua ka taba tsa lerato ere ke ntho e jwang la thothoretsa la duma le sahane la khatlaka la petsola pelo la kena la hare botebong ba pelo lerato ke ntho e jwang banna mong a bua puo tsa batho manyeloi a maholo bo khabariele ka bo Mikaele tsona la tla tsa lehodimo sebele lerato ke ntho e jwang banna monyena a tla alata senkgwesha re bua ka senkgwesha re bua ka sekgowa ngwana ditšhaba hlo ya ematsi ke bo I love you baby ngwana batho a sheba hodimo lefatshe he athe lerato o jwang khabareng kharejana ya oma ka hloho fatshe ya ngola ka mono wa loto ho tshang habenya marama hela ngwana o rena lerato ke ntho e jwang banna ntho gale ba e bolela ba re ba e hlalosa baruti badumedi ba popota ka jeno kharejana e hapeile maikutlo lerato o jwang Qhekwana la ya bana ka thata balae ka taelo tse boima tsa tseleng ya lerato mong a hlaha ka tsa hae dikeletso lerato ke ntho e jwang banna. Buka molomo mofubedu e boletse rato halena mona halena moikgomosi ha le ipatlele tsa lona le mamella tsohle lerato ke ntho e jwang banna. Ngwana ditjhaba mahlo ke ditutudu ho thwe rato le bofofu ha le bone, rato ha le kgethe pelo e just rati lerato ke ntho e jwang. Pelo ya monna ya ubasela illa e bona ngwana wa ditjhaba, ngwana motle ba tshomong, ngwana e motle ba sila tsatsi. Sisi pelo mafisa nna ke pelo ya monna ya tlala sefuba ka mantswe ma motho na ona a tshwana le boi ka mantswe ma ona tshaba o ferea. E kokomoha sa hlama ka pitseng lerato ke ntho e jwang. Ke a leboha.
Halala batho beso halala. Ho utlwahala hore bophelo bo ntse bo le teng ka holong ka mona. Re a leboha ntate Masoa haholo ha o ntse re hopotsa hore re ntse re le kgweding ya marato. Ha o ntse re hopotsa hore hana lerato ke ntho e jwang hoba today a person can wake up loving you and then tomorrow I change. Moving forward without any waste of time, I'm going to ask the following speaker to come forward. This speaker was a deaf staff member of the University of South Africa who retired in December 2020 and is a member of the deaf community in Pretoria. She studied linguistics for degree purposes at UNISA. She worked in the Department of Linguistics and Modern Language as a deaf co-researcher and a coordinator and diplomatic mediator between the lecturers, the doctoral and MA students, and the deaf community. She offered informal sign language classes at UNISA for the students, for the lecturers, and people who were interested in it, to teach them how to communicate with the deaf children and deaf adults. She was also instrumental in transcribing and also checking transcripts here at UNISA. This person that I'm talking about is Mrs. Karina van Aarde. You're welcome.
Good morning. I'm going to talk about myself is there for hard of hearing. What now? I'm going to talk about communication, how you can communicate with deaf people, and how parents can communicate with our deaf side. Because education falls away, schools falls away, but the parents and the family remain. So I want you to understand what is deafness and how to communicate with them. What is deafness? The greatest handicap of deafness is not so much the simple loss of hearing, but the way in which this loss affects a person's ability to communicate with the people around him. Deafness is an invisible disability, that cannot be seen, and this causes people to have no understanding of it. Now, you don't know me. When we sit here, who was the one that I was disabled there? You could not see my disability while I was sitting there. This is what deafness is. It is an unseen disability. Deafness makes it difficult to cultivate friendships with hearing parents and with hearing people. Now, my question is, today we talk about mother tongue. The question is sign language a mother tongue? There goes a story around that sign language is a mother tongue. Now, sign language is not a mother tongue because 90% of the deaf children have hearing parents. Therefore, the majority of deaf children do not acquire sign language as a mother tongue because they lack signing environment at home. Where do the deaf learn sign language? They learn sign language from their peers in schools for the deaf. They can only start attending school for the deaf from the age of 3 years and older. Deaf children in mainstream school do not acquire sign language because mainstream schools are not a place where sign language is used. In the past, most deaf white deaf children got education all over the world, while the African deaf did not receive education. They have not been in school. So their sign language developed from clan to clan. Inside the clan, in the Xhosa clan, in the Zulu clan, in the Sotho clan, the sign language developed. So when the school for the African deaf started in 1863, the deaf people learned the sign language from the Irish nuns who taught them to read. They have mixed the African sign language with a little bit English. And this was carried over from school to school. And the sign language in school started to change a little bit. But the home language remained the same. Spoken Xhosa, spoken English, spoken Sotho, spoken Afrikaans is still here in South Africa, and spoken French and Russia, everything is all over the world. And the question is that the parents must communicate with the deaf children. History of sign language. In the early time, the existence of a deaf child was seen as an indication of weakness in the family. Because of this viewpoint, deaf children were often hidden or locked up, were shipped away to monasteries to be kept there for the rest of their life. And if they were lucky, they were educated. Until 1994, 2 deaf were discovered locked up in a room by their parents. They were like wild animals. They were aggressive. They jumped from the one place to the other in the room because the parents did not know how to communicate. And I tell you, if you are deaf, if a child is deaf, They are not like me, who have been educated now. They are like a wall. You speak to, there is no reaction. They don't react in spoken language. Sign language was originated centuries ago by monks and Catholic priests who maintained long prayer hours, and during this time they were not allowed to speak or to whisper to one another. During praying hours, they started to use signing for communication, which they themselves developed. So when the deaf children came to the monastery, the monks and Catholic priests passed it on to the deaf children by teaching them sign language, finger spelling of the alphabet. For centuries, most deaf children and adults were completely mute, meaning they never spoke. Two most famous educators and researchers were French-born Abbé Michael Delpire, who stood for sign language only as a means of communication with the deaf, and German-born Samuel Heinecke stood for speech and lip reading only as means of communication with the deaf. The two of them did not agree with one another, and because of their disagreement, the deaf education communication slowly moved in two different ways. The Milan Congress, the Milan International Congress on the Deaf and the Education of the Deaf was held in 1880. The Congress, attended mainly by hearing participants who vote for oral teaching and articulation of words, above that of signing to teach and educate the deaf mute. They wanted to ban sign language. The aim of the Milan Congress was superiority of speech over signs to restore the deaf mute to society and give him more perfect knowledge of spoken and written language. Now, to restore the deaf mute, you must understand, in the past, the deaf people did not got work, was not included in the social situation. When they have parties, the deaf stays banned, locked up. They did not have work, they did not go to school. They were completely separated because there was a high barrier communication between the two. They could not, the hearing people could not communicate with the deaf, and the deaf could not communicate with the hearing. So there was a big separation between the two. Dr. Edward Gallaudet. At the Milan Congress 1880, Dr. Edward Gallaudet defended the combined method. He said educators were making a big mistake by banning sign language altogether. The combined method consists of speech from the hearing person's side and lip reading from the deaf person's side. And together with signing and one-hand finger spelling from both sides. Edward Gallaudet was an educator and the first person to use the term combined method for communication. What happened after the Milan policy was signed? Deaf education communication started to fail and dive right down to the ground. Deaf education began to split in two ways of communication: sign language with muteness or speech and lip reading. Educators start to fight and disagree with one another about what is the best communication method to use with deaf children, because they were influenced by the teaching of De Lepie or Reineke, but they all agree on one thing: communication is essential. The deaf people all over the world start fighting for the preservation of their sign language. Deaf and hard of hearing children and others kept signing to each other behind the wall, out of sight, in secret places. A different variety of signing other than natural sign language began to develop and emerge amongst the deaf people because of oral communication. The classic developed and emerged amongst the deaf. The deaf who use natural sign language became the classic. Oral communication and teaching caused the deaf to start to use the combined method as well as natural sign language, which means two different varieties of signing develop and emerge. The classic Savers and Evans state that the existence of two varieties of signing leads to the question whether the community of deaf people might be considered to be the classic. A study by Ferguson in 1959 identified two distinct aspects of linguistic function of signing. American Sign Language used for everyday communication was considered as the low form, and signed English were considered as the high form. The codified superposed variety used for formal occasion. Now, formal occasion, where you use signed English or you use signed Afrikaans or signed French, happens in school, in service, when you read from the Bible, when you read from the books. For another deaf, it becomes, this is the formal occasion. What is happening right now? There are still two ways of communication and teaching. And this happens all over the world, not only in South Africa. There is only sign language without speech or lip reading, and there is speech and lip reading without sign language. Oral and sign language and oral communication and lip reading alone without sign language still fails today. Why? Because it allows language acquisition, causing a language backlog. That in schools you get deaf who is 12 years old in grade 1. This kind of language backlog, oral communication, cause. Because not all the speech sounds are visible on the person's lips, because of the fast speaking rate of a person. Because people's lips differ to the level or ease or difficulty they can be lip read by a deaf child or adult. Sign language communication alone without speech or lip reading still fails. Why? Because muteness prevents the development of lip reading and reading as it should. And without proper knowledge of reading, the speech of the deaf cannot develop. So if you read, for the deaf, a storybook, small children's storybook, and you said, deaf. What does that mean? It's a duck. A duck. So if you saw him, he said, you combined it, it's a duck. Then he brings the picture, the sign, and the lip reading together. You can't tell him he will learn signing, but he will not learn reading because they are not connected with reading. You must say, the wolf, son, and rooi kappie and eater. So they can read the word, see the sign, lip reading, 3 things. The deaf never learns to read when you sign and without reading, the deaf speech don't develop because reading makes the deaf to start to speak. Hearing parent, majority of deaf children and deaf adults have a bad relationship or no relationship with their hearing parents because of the communication barriers that is huge between them. The deaf said, we cannot communicate with our parents. This is our biggest problem. I saw with my own eyes that the deaf say one thing, the hearing said another thing, and they start fighting with each other. And when they fight, there's a bad relationship because the communication barriers is here. They don't understand each other. How can parents solve this communication problem with their deaf child? How can hearing parents use sign language and lip reading for everyday communication and education with their deaf child? The answer lies in the combined method. The other variety of signing. What is the difference between natural sign language and combined method? Natural sign language replaces a spoken language because it is a language on its own right. Natural sign language is a language. In South Africa, there are many different natural sign languages, very different, because of the Xhosa clan, the Zulu clan, the Afrikaans, the English. It differs, natural sign language. While the combined method do not replace the spoken language, but actually support it. So, we must concentrate. The deaf have his parent and his sibling. When he starts, he's born into that family. And you don't put that newborn baby there on the table. Now, you must learn English. Where do language start? Language starts at home. You learn your language from your parents. The language your parents speak, your mother tongue. This is where you learn it. So, if you cannot communicate, there is a problem between the hearing parents and the deaf. So, if the hearing parents use the combined method, they can start to communicate with the deaf. And in the past,
Police, I don't hear anything on my side.
In the past, when the deaf came to school, they could not milk a cow, They could not clean the floor. They could not wash. They did many things not because of lack of communication with the parent. We take communication and language for granted. But if you want teach a child, if you can communicate with him, you can teach him to milk the cow. Everybody who milk a cow now, you don't do that. You have a special manner how you must pull to get milk out of the cow. And this is where the communication problem comes. So they could not communicate, the deaf could not get milk out, so they leave it. And it comes by pulling out of wheat. They pull out of wheat and they pull out of the carrot and the beetroot, everything. Now you cannot do that. But the deaf see you pull out the carrot, pull out weeds. But the answer is, when do you pull out the weeds? When do you pull out the carrot? There's no communication. Then they start to fight, and what the deaf do, they leave everything. They sit in the chair under the tree, not walking, because of the communication problem. It will be combined method, does not reply spoken language, but is support it. It will be easier for hearing parents to use a simple signing system, which we call combined method. Educators did not take Dr. Gallaher's proposal of using the combined method seriously at the Milan Congress. And current educators, 2023, are also not taking his proposal seriously. Small deaf babies and children need signing. It is practically impossible to communicate with them and educate them without adding sign language to speech. Ask my mother, you must ask her. She has got the same problem with me. She could not communicate. But when she adds signing to speech, the communication started. Combined means signing and speaking together at the same time. Now I'm going to use the combined method. It is essential for parents to learn the combined method. This is signing and speaking at the same time. There's just a perception that any form of signing together with speech will prevent the deaf from learning a language or to speak. This perception is not true. The use of the combined method by hearing parents have the following benefit. Deaf and hard of hearing children learn signing. It supports and promotes lip reading. It prevents lip reading from failing because lip reading alone has large gaps in the visual information. It prevents hearing parents from speaking too fast. Signing breaks the speed of one's speech. It helps language and cognitive development to occur faster. It prevents language and cognitive development from coming to a standstill for a period of time, causing a language backlog. It develops an understanding of a spoken language. It helps deaf and hard of hearing children to focus and to concentrate. It encourages learning in deaf children. It assists in language development. Hearing parents will be able to communicate with a deaf and hard of hearing child. It promotes two-way communication between hearing parents and the deaf and hard of hearing side, especially when he cannot speak that, and eliminate frustration, misunderstanding, isolation. It is important to have two-way communication. When the parents speak to the deaf, blah, 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 the deaf stand. It is a one-way communication. And when the deaf is signing for the hearing parent, what? He don't understand. The deaf have one-way communication. But when you speak together with signing, you get two-way communication. The deaf communicate, the parent communicate. It goes like this. Can talk across a room without shouting. It will reduce feeling of stress, crying, frustration, aggressiveness, withdrawal from people, and inferiority in deaf and hard of hearing children. The two deaf they found in 1994 who was locked up had the feeling of aggressiveness. They were aggressive and because they were friends with the dog, they did the same like the dog. If he came near, they did the same. They became a wild child. If you don't educate a deaf, you become a wild child. It helps to build healthy self-esteem and confidence. It creates a sense of belonging. If you speak, and the deaf use only use natural sign language, the deaf don't belong to you. They belong to the deaf community. Immediately you separate. So if you sign and speak, the deaf have a sense of belonging. I belong to the Xhosa group, I belong to the Zulu group, I belong to the Afrikaans or the English. I have a sense of belonging. But if you don't use signing and speaking, you push him out of your clan, your community, push him to the deaf community. It encourages creativity. It helps the deaf and the hard of hearing children to socialize. It brings people together, whether they are hearing, deaf or hard of hearing. If you are hearing, you can use signing, the combined method, signing, speaking. You can communicate with the deaf. It brings you together with the deaf and the hard of hearing. And now the other question is, they want to make sign language in South Africa one, which is impossible because the home languages are not one. I stand for 3 different sign languages in South Africa: the African Sign Language, Afrikaans Sign Language, and the English Sign Language. In Belgium, there are 2 different sign languages, which is official now. The French Belgium Sign Language and the Flemish Sign Language. And it's a small country. Here the country is big with many nations, many home languages, and you can't make the sign language one. Because if you use, the deaf said, if you use the combined method, the signing must match the word you are speaking. So I'm going to use the 2 languages which I know. If you say in Afrikaans, jy moet vastbyt. Jy moet vastbyt. You can't say in English, you must hang on. It don't match. You say in English, you must hang on. You do this, hang on to to promote learning of a language. So the English hang on and the Afrikaans fastbite have two different meanings. So you can't use signing fastbite with the English. You can't say fastbite in Afrikaans. You have to use the sign that match. Thank you. Sorry, I have another thing. I've write a book about what I talk here. It's, I have more information about what I'm telling here. Here I've only talked about the communication. Here it's telling about the difference of the sign language, what the deaf people said, about school, how to read and write, how the deaf can speak. See, so if you want to buy the book, it costs 220 rand. But all the details, all the information I've researched at UNISA is in this book. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mekarina. That was a very informative presentation for us. I understand, in fact, I understood when you said deafness is invisible, because I couldn't even tell that you were deaf. So we have learned something today that we're going to take with us. And also we have the different technological methods that we have, and also different social media platforms whereby there are people who do videos whereby they teach people like basic communication in sign languages. So that is where I've learned that we have South African sign language, and we also have the European one and also the American one. So when you say something in a South African sign language, it might indicate something in American sign language. So thank you so much, May. Thank you once again. Dr. Zalo, we are still driving this car. Potholes. We know our country and potholes, so we are still driving. I think now we have hit a huge pothole and we need to change the tire and put in a spare tire. Dr. Zalo.
Yeah, rechange my gear. Thank you very much. As you can see on the screens, that we have also changed the sign language interpreter. So that shows that indeed now we are changing from gear, is it 5 to 6? Yeah, now we are going to gear number 6. So those will be coming on. Please note that now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the first panel of speakers. We really appreciate the insights that you shared with us. I think the colleagues in here can agree that there is a lot that's happening with regard to our indigenous languages, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing. Can we please give them a round of applause? As I said, we're a program director on a law itaulanyana. So Prof. Morobo was my boss, and when she was my boss, I couldn't give her commands to say stand up, move here, and go there. But today, and she's still my boss. So today, because I'm here, Prof. Morobo, can you please take the panel with you and go back to your seats? Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, so we were supposed to be having a musical item now. The musician could not be with us, and because of copyright issues, and since we are streaming on YouTube, we cannot play the music because YouTube is going to flag that. So for us, it assists us because we were running out of time. Now we have caught up with the time. So that pothole, then we can move. So I'm going to request that as I complete introducing the next speaker, the next speaker is not, does not go alone. There are those that have been selected to come and support the next speaker. So as the speaker comes to the podium, those who will be assisting the speaker, they know themselves, they know what they're going to do. Please also come to the stage and take the couches. So, yeah. All right. So we are going to have our next speaker, she is an author, Miss Refilwe Moatludi. Aus Refilwe is the best-selling author and award-winning of how many ways can you say hello. Maybe she will come and tell us actually how many ways can we say hello and how many ways can you say goodbye. This book was published by Penguin Random House of South Africa. Her awards include a South African Literary Award, a South African Book Award, and there's quite a lot, and the IBBY Picture Book Award. So there is also another book which is We Are One, which is published in the US as IMU, a book about Ubuntu. So this book and a book called Let's Play are also published in Brazil and Turkey. Refilwe is passionate about writing stories that brings out the best in the human spirit, stories where children can identify and celebrate themselves. Aus Refilwe and those that are in your handbag.
It's always the case to bring this down. Good morning, everybody. Oh, is it still morning? I'm not sure. I think so. Sanbonani, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to showcase these books that have been produced in the past 5 years. And how I'm going to start it is actually very personally. My name is Shed Refilwe Moatludi, but I was born in the Eastern Cape. My mother was Mxhosa, so my mother language is isiXhosa. My earliest memory of how language and communication can be a barrier, I remember, so we have some family in Lesotho. And I remember they would always speak Sesotho to me, and I'd look at them with big eyes like, I don't know what's happening here. So then I decided, you know what, survival. Maybe let me at least learn the word that says, I don't know what's happening here. So the next visit I went to, and someone started speaking Sesotho to me. I was very young, maybe about 8 years old. I guess it's Sesotho. And I remember the lady just laughed at me, but I was very serious at the time. You know, so my name being Refilwe and speaking isiXhosa has always been a point of conversation. So some years later, when my brother had children, I think that memory stayed with me of how, you know, language and being able to communicate can either empower you or form a barrier between you and others. And she's now 13 years old, but the first niece, the first grandchild, she spent the first 2 years of her life at home. So she spoke isiZulu as her home language. When she went into school, that's when the change happened, you know. She went into school, and in that environment, it was an English medium school, and I guess because everyone is coming from different places, English becomes the default for them. And I saw so clearly the switch from a child who mostly spoke isiZulu. You know, English became her default. She spoke less of isiZulu. She can still hear us when we communicate to her, but the language that she is engaging with is isiZulu. Some years later, her little sister comes along, and instead of those initial 2 years, her sister spent, I think, maybe 3 months at home and went straight into an English school. So that already changed from her older sister, where at least her mother language and her first language that she learned was isiZulu, and so she retained its knowledge. The younger one, because she was so young when she started off at school, was very different. In fact, I think she spoke English was her first language. Something about that stuck with me. So I've always been a big reader. So I was always going to write at some stage. But when that happened, when I witnessed that switch with my nieces, I took it very personally. And I thought to myself, well, you know, what can I do about it? So that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is I shared this with an aunt of mine, my concern on if this is happening within my family, what is happening across the generations with our children? I remember my aunt sharing, she was a lecturer as well. I'm sure there's lots of you lecturers here. And I remember her saying, she used to lecture at Forte, and she said how she would tell her students she speaks 5 of the 11 languages. So if at any point, because as you know, students come from all over, if at any point there's someone who doesn't understand something she says in the medium of, in English, then chances are she'll be able to translate it in the language they understand. I was very inspired by that, you know, being able to speak so many. And I thought to myself, well, at the very least, as South Africans, we should all be able to greet each other in our mother languages. And that's where the concept for this first book, How Many Ways Can You Say Hello, came about. So it takes the journey of a child who, she goes to school, just like my nieces did. She goes to preschool, and she gets there and she hears different languages that she doesn't understand. And she's very curious, and she asks the teacher, what are they saying? What are they saying? And her teacher sends her off on a journey to travel the country and learn all the ways to say hello in South Africa. That was my first book. And I think I fell so in love with this space, with sharing these kinds of things for children. And I guess a little part of me wanted to create a tool where children are empowered, so they don't have to get to a place where, I mean, it's a greeting, but it does so much, you know, so that at least if someone's saying hello to you in another language you don't understand, you're not standing there as an 8-year-old going, I guess it's but I continued writing. And the second book I wrote was actually in my mother language. And it's very interesting how that happened. I think because this book is based on a game called Three Tins, Tritoti is a Xhosa, but there's so many different languages, different versions of it. I think because it's based on a game called Three Tins that I used to play in the Eastern Cape, the language that accompanied the story was isiXhosa. I mean, I mostly write in English, but this one came to me in isiXhosa. So this is the first book that I actually wrote in my mother language. And I found that translation is not just about words. Because, so the journey of this story, the boy's name is Yanga. So he uses his skills that he played, when he played Three Tins, the game we used to play, he uses that skill and transfers it into cricket. So there are certain things where it's not just the language, you know, that you can translate, whether you're translating for others to understand you, but translating your history into how it can empower you in the modern world. So that was the second book, Yeke Yanga, Yes Yanga in English. We Are One was my third book. And the more the books came, the more languages we translated to. So We Are One actually came out in 2020. In the midst of COVID, this book came out. This book is a story about kindness, and it's kindness from a place of Ubuntu. So using those, you know, fundamental philosophical concepts, and then translating how we can take Ubuntu and what it means for community and translated into kindness. What does that mean? What does it mean when we talk about Ubuntu? It's used so many times. But if we want to distill some of these messages, translate them to kids in 2023, how are the ways that we can show them, make them understand, you know? So I know you actually shared in America, they took IMU as the title. But that is essentially what We Are One is saying. It is saying that, you know, to hurt you is to hurt myself. To care for you is to care for myself. I am you. That is the story of We Are One. We Are One was translated initially to isiZulu as Simunye, just like Simunye. If some of you remember, we are one. In Afrikaans, it's Onses Ian. In Sesotho, it's Rinto Elingwe. And in isiXhosa, Sibanye. So now we're increasing the number of languages. How Many Ways Can You Say Goodbye was the fourth book. And that came out in 2021, and it was still in the midst of COVID. I mean, I remember one of the first readings I did, I still had my mask on. And this story, it's an interesting one in terms of when it came out. It took about 4 years from when I first wrote it, because you would think it came out after Hello, the first one. It took 4 years from when I wrote it to when it was actually published, and I don't think that was a mistake. Because How Many Ways Can You Say Goodbye talks to is, you know, it's okay to express your feelings. You know, it's okay to address your sadness. And it's important to, because if we don't address our sadness, this is how I always shared with the kids, is we don't want our sadness to form a storm in our hearts. We want to express the sadness. We want it to rain so that the sunshine and the rainbow can come out again. So How Many Ways Can You Say Goodbye? The journey continues with the child who first learned how to say hello. She now, because, I mean, she traveled across the country, but at some stage, you know, and she was picking up these kids one by one, at some stage they have to go home. At some stage we do have to say goodbye. At some stage we move around from one province to another and we leave our friends behind. And so this book speaks to saying all the ways to say goodbye in the official languages. The second one, You Are Loved, which I've got so many people to assist me here with today. I'm going to read an extract from it. You Are Loved was quite a personal journey for me as well. It's something that I was working so hard on in terms of, instead of looking for love from outside, looking to other people to love me, how's about I start with loving myself? That was the basis of that book, in terms of my relationship with love starts with me. And that has also been translated into isiZulu, isiXhosa, isiSotho, and Afrikaans. Let's Play continues the story of relationship with self and others. Let's Play is about celebrating joy. I mean, we're going through all the different emotions: sadness, love, curiosity, joy, the joy of play, and kids seeing themselves in happy environments. That's what Let's Play offers to them. Let's Play has also been translated to the 5 languages that I'm spoken about. And then I've got these 2. Know My Name and Part of a Team. So I started off with the young nieces that I spoke to, but my nieces were also growing. So I decided, how can I write stories for older kids? When they can read for themselves, when we can get into the more complex nuances of being a South African child, being in the world. And what Know My Name and Part of a Team include, I mean, I'm not sure how much you'll see, but at the back of these books, there's a glossary. Because as much as, these books are in English, South African English looks very different to British English, you know? There's a lot of mixing that we do. So as much as, you know, the main text in these ones is in English, a lot of the South Africanisms come in there as well, which again speaks to translation. Sometimes the languages themselves become an amalgamation. All these books are also available in isiZulu, isiXhosa, Afrikaans, and the big, hairy, audacious goal and the hope and where we're working towards is that the books are available in all the languages. So that was like a little intro into some of the books. And what we'll do now, I will read an excerpt from You Are Loved in English, and then you will then get to hear it in the different languages. Thank you to the people on stage. When the sun is shining, you are loved. When the clouds are forming, you are loved. When the rain starts pouring, you are loved. When the rainbow's glowing, you are loved. Always you are loved, because you are love. Athandwa, you are loved. That's the song you sang to me, exclaimed Gogo to Coco. And you to me, squealed Mama to Gogo. And now I will sing it to you, Athandwa, said Mama, so that your heart can sing freely along to whoever is willing to listen. From that day on, Athandwa sang with heart at the top of her voice. You are loved, she would sing, to people, places, and things. And the more she sang in tune with her heart, others sang in tune with their own hearts in return.
As die son skyn, het iemand jou lief. As die wolke saampak, het iemand jou lief. As die reën begin val, het iemand jou lief. As die reënboog blink, het iemand jou lief. Altyd, altyd het iemand jou lief, want jy is liefde. Athandwa, iemand het jou lief. Dis die liedjie wat jy altyd vir my gesing het, sê Gogo vir Coco. En jy vir my, sê Mama vir Gogo. En van nou af sal ek dit vir jou sing, Athandwa, sê Mama, sodat jou hart kan vry wees om te sing vir wie ook al wil luister. Van daardie dag af sing Athandwa met haar hele hart en uit volle bors. Iemand het jou lief, sing sy vir mense, plekke en dinge. En hoe meer Athandwa die wysie van haar hart sing, hoe meer sing ander mense die wysies van hulle harte.
Ge letšatši le phadima wa ratwa, ge maru a pipa wa ratwa, ge pula e thoma go rotha wa ratwa, ge molalatladi o thoma go phadima wa ratwa, ka dinako tšohle wa ratwa, ka lebaka la gore wa ratwa, Athandwa, wa ratwa. Ke koša ye o nkopeletše go yona, Koko a botša Koko khukhu. Gomme wena o opeletše nna, Ma a hweletša Koko. Gomme bjale ke tla opelela wena, Athandwa, a rialo Mma. Gore pelo ya gago e opelele mang goba mang yo a nyakago go theeletša. O thoma letšatši leo Athandwa a opela le pelo ya gagwe a hlabotša lentšu. Wa ratwa, o o tla opelela batho, mafelo le dilo. Gomme ge a opela go ya ka morethitho wa pelo ya gagwe, batho ba bangwe ba be ba opela go ya le morethitho wa dipelo tša bona.
Uma kunelanga uyathandwa. Uma kuguqubala uyathandwa. Uma qala kunetha uyathandwa. Uma kuvela uthingo lwenkosazana uyathandwa. Yohlala uthandwa ngoba ubuthando. Athandwa uyathandwa. Yilona ke lelo iculo owabangiculela lona. Kusho ugogo ememeza ukhokho. Nawe kimi kukhala umama kugogo. Manje ke sengizokuculela lona athandwa. Kusho umama. Khona inhliziyo yakho izokhululeka. Icule kanye nami. Icule noma ngubani othanda ukulalela. Kusukela ngalelo langa uAthandwa waculela phezulu ngenhliziyo yakhe. Uyathandwa waculela abantu, izindawo kanye nezinto. Kwathi uma ecula kahle ngenhliziyo yakhe, nabanye babeziculela ngokuhambisana nenhliziyo zabo.
Xa ilanga ligqatsa uyathandwa. Xa izulu lizongoma uyathandwa. Xa imvula isina uyathandwa. Xa unyama ukhazimla uyathandwa. Uyakuhlala uthandwa kuba uluthando. Athandwa uyathandwa. Yile ngoma wawundiculela yona le wakhuza umakhulu esitsho kukhokho. Nawe wayiculela mna kukhwaza umama esitsho kumakhulu. Ngoku ke ndiza kuyiculela wena athandwa, watsho umama, ukuze inhliziyo yakho ikwazi ukucula ngokukhululekileyo kuye nabani na ofuna ukumamela. Ukusukela lo mini uAthandwa wacula ngokuvakalayo ngenhliziyo yakhe yonke. Uyathandwa wayeculela abantu, indawo kunye nezinto. Kwaye ngokuya ecula kakuhle ngokuhambelana nenhliziyo yakhe, nabanye baziculela ngokuhambelana nezabo inhliziyo.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the readers. That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ka Sepedi re fetša go boloka kwa dirapeng kwa. Bana lo fela ba gopela tshwarelo because bana lo gata ba bangwe di-cont. Mara nako ya go tswalela program ya tla ifitla, so ke ra re ke tlo gata ba bangwe di-cont ke tla gopela tshwarelo ge ke fetša. Thank you very much. I think it's very inspiring to see young people contributing to the development of our indigenous languages. I think that deserves a round of applause. We appreciate you, Ausrefilwe, continue doing the work that you are doing. You are inspiring a lot of us. Thank you very much. And I liked when the readers were reading here, because they picked up from the Valentine's mood that was set during the Sesotho poem. Ba bolela ka go rata, ke kule wa Sepedi a re wa ratwa. Ka kwa wa isiZulu le yena a re o ya thandwa. Lo wa isiXhosa le yena a re o ya thandwa. Ke kule lo Afrikaans a re e di blue fan onse. All right, so we are going to move to our next item. We have colleagues from, so as an institution, as we are reclaiming the intellectual futures of Africa, we do that through transformation. And we have a unit that is dedicated to ensure that the institution strives hard to make sure that there is transformation, and part of the transformation include the use of our indigenous languages in academia and scholarship. But I'm not in that office, so I will not attempt to say what they do. We are going to invite our colleagues who are from that unit to come and tell us what they do. And we have Miss Andy Lemamba and Mr. Tebo Ngubane. Thank you.
Can I ask everyone to just stand for a moment? We have been sitting for the whole morning.
Sena Marena Kuboya Tito Sena Marena Sena Marena Sena Marena Sena Marena Kubabuhadi Sena Marena Sena Marena Sena Marena Sena Marena Kuboyatko.
Thank you very much. There's never a dull moment with Mr. Ngubane in the department. Just briefly to introduce myself, I'm Andile Mamba, and with Mr. Teboho Ngubane from the Curriculum Transformation Unit. Thank you so much, colleagues, for inviting us. We are going to just share a few things. I am going to keep time. I'm not going to go beyond the time that has been given to us, including the time that you have had to dance, because I felt like it was time to actually just get up and, feel the blood flow back to us. Okay, we take
in curriculum transformation, we're starting off with the UNISA's 150-year celebration, the theme which says reclaiming Africa's intellectual future, and linking that with the vision of the institution, the African University, shaping futures in the service of humanity. I'm sure you can all see the link between the two. We are reclaiming because we are an African university and we are here to actually serve Africans, South Africans. So that is my starting point, that is our starting point. This is not me, I switched off the volume. Okay, what is it that UNISA is looking at in 2030? That is now the vision, because a vision is not like something for now, but we're looking at a deep commitment. The CTU is actually looking at, we are committed to ensuring that the university is Africa-focused, Africa-centered, but we are also not going to actually ignore what is happening globally, but we are actually doing that. And we are actually, we are doing workshops, courses to actually mainstream and affirming African knowledges, scholarship, and we are also addressing what we have as African, so that our own students can actually see that we are there. I always take the metaphor of a photograph. If you are learning something or you take a picture and you look at that picture, the first thing that you do is you look at yourself. And okay, that's me. Maybe some of you are not so selfish. Me, I look at myself. If there's something that doesn't look quite right with me, that picture is not good. I don't care how beautiful everyone else is, but because I don't look good in that picture, it's not a good picture. Same thing with the curriculum. If it does not actually involve, we do not see ourselves looking good in that picture, then we're actually not interested in that curriculum, and we want to actually even we are bringing in the languages. Yes, we are actually not even starting there because there is a language you need to actually bring in some of the languages, but we're actually saying that let us look at the curriculum. How is it? Is it accessible? How accessible it is? It must be accessible because the language that is used is accessible to the students that are studying that module. And it starts off by simplifying the English, which is the medium of instruction, to such a point where they understand what the terminology is all about, what it is. They can see multiple representations of the concepts that you are actually teaching, and then to actually go, a step further to say, now let's actually introduce some African terminologies that students are able to relate with. So we are actually not just looking at language for the sake of language. We are saying, let's simplify it, let's make it accessible, and then while it's accessible, let's now actually involve the African languages. Why? So that they look good in that picture. It's just a pity that I cannot actually beam my presentation, but curriculum transformation, if you can actually just look at it in a nutshell, it's basically changing perception, responding to challenges. Students are repeating modules 3, 4, 5 times. Why are they repeating? Because they cannot access that, or there is something that's wrong with either the technology that is used, or the assessment style, or it is so alienated from them that they cannot actually relate to anything that is actually being done in the curriculum. So we're saying here, let's actually look at finding solutions. Actually, on my presentation, I have an umbrella, but it is in such a way that it's an upside down umbrella, and we have actually put in a pipe to collect the water. We have a problem of rain. Some folk just have the normal umbrella and they use it, but then we've got to actually start thinking, that water can be actually stored somewhere and used. We are repurposing the water. Now let's actually look at what is it that, how can we use mother language in our everyday academic activities? A lot of us find ourselves maybe limited in terms of language, but there is a language that you know. Students know that language. And maybe let's just do a short exercise. Can you go to your cell phones, go to Apple Store or Google Store, whatever phone you're using. I want us to download Google Translate. That's just 2 minutes for us. Let's do that. Can you go to your phone? Let's download Google Translate, because that is one of the ways we can use language in our courses, in our modules. Are you able to see that? I just wish I could actually beam this so that you could see, because it makes it so much easier. But let's do it. Google Translate. Let's download that, install it onto your device, and that you can use to actually get a translation like that. And the students will be able to say, no, this is not me again. What's going on? No, it's not me. That way, students can immediately translate the word into their own language. So you don't even have to know all the languages. The students can actually do the translation themselves, and they can see that, oh, so when you talk about an atom, this is what it says in Xhosa, this is what it says in Pedi, and so on and so on. So it becomes easier for the students to actually relate to what you are saying. What is transformation? When we talk about curriculum transformation, it has a number of things that you can actually talk about. You can talk about the mutation, metamorphosis, reconstruction, and so on. There are so many ways that you actually can explain transformation, but we're also looking at it in terms of curriculum. Is the curriculum that you are giving to students, that you are offering to students, the right kind of curriculum for the students that you have? We've had students in the past that were working in the main, that were, in different situations, older students, but now we have students that are younger. They've never studied in an open distance e-learning institution. So we've got to actually think about those things. How can we actually get those students on board and ensure that they have access to what we are trying to do? What the UNISA has actually come up in terms of curriculum transformation, they've basically summarized it into 5 key areas: African epistemologies and philosophies, including indigenous knowledges and languages. Look at whether that's the first one. The second one is inclusivity and diversity and equity in our teaching and learning. We cannot teach something that is so abstract to most students and expect them to be able to understand. We're looking at transformative assessment. Have we changed our assessments? Not just say, now we're moving to continuous assessment. Are we actually changing the way we assess our students? Are we actually providing, scaffolding as we go along with our assessment? Then we also look at technology integration in our teaching and learning. That is very important because we live in a digital age. Our students are technology citizens. Some of us may be immigrants. We are born before technology, but we need to actually learn. Teach yourself little by little to actually get into that space, because you cannot say you are going to teach your students using, old technology. At the same time, you cannot use such advanced technology that nobody is able to access that technology. So you've got to actually get to know your students and pitch it right. Lastly, we look at monitoring and evaluation of a transformed curriculum. Why are we doing that? we are actually constantly checking ourselves. Why? So that you can continuously improve. Just like quality assurance, we cannot say we have done the work, it's done, it's finished. We are continuously assessing. You may use maybe an example in your module and you find that it is not the most appropriate, change it and put in a better example the next time. And as you go along, you can actually do that to ensure that the students that you are teaching understand and have access to your program. So these 5 pillars have been translated to a course that we are offering. We offer it to academics in the second half of the year. It consists of 5 learning units, the first being an introduction to curriculum transformation and African knowledge systems. We look at inclusivity in teaching and learning, transformative assessment in distance education, that's learning unit 3, and then learning unit 4 is technology integration in our teaching and learning. Lastly, the learning unit 5 is monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of a transformed curriculum. Some of the compelling theories that we actually take our offering or the curriculum is the theory of Ubuntu, interdependence. We work in we do it in such a way that we work together. It is about survival, it is about respect, it's about interconnectivity of human beings. If you are not able to actually respect, give your students respect, what business do you have to be actually working with them? We want you to be able to care for your students. Everything that we do, I'm sure if I can't actually identify anyone that was in our course in the recent past. Okay, more because we do it online. So now we actually are planning to see our students because we want to actually be able to say, no, thank you for contributing that, because we do go through what our students share with us. It is about sharing and caring and being generous with our students. We look at the universal design for learning. We want the learning to be designed in such a way that it caters for all students, irrespective of what difference they have, whether they have a disability or they may have a particular preference. The material must be accessible, must be flexible, it must be consistent, it must be explicit, it must support the learning, it must minimize effort. The student shouldn't feel like, you know what, I'm reading this, but I'm not getting to where I need to get to. And the learning space must be appropriate. Take an example of the remote control that we all use and we all enjoy, right? The one that once you have it and you've turned to your channel, it disappears because you don't want somebody else to change it to their channel. Do you know why that device was developed? Yes, I'm posing this and I'm waiting for an answer. Anyone can shout out the answer, it's fine. No. Tom Tandai, okay. Okay, Angtande wena ma. Please go ahead if you want, if you have something to say. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. You wanted to, okay. Who was it? Who was that device developed for? Do you know? We like this device so much, and we don't even think. I beg it? For your own comfort. But why did you want to be? Why did they want you to be comfortable? It is for your comfort. It is for umketumtandayo. It is for, you know, those all the nice things. But let me just give the answer. That device was designed for people that were on a wheelchair or they had a disability, physical disability, and they could not stand up and go to the TV to check. Remember those TVs? I don't know. Okay, I was born during that time. In fact, we got the TV when I was much older. So you had to go and change the channel. as well as change the volume. You could not change the volume while you were sitting down. So that was actually designed for people that were on a wheelchair, people that could. But what is happening here? It is a universal tool that we all like, we all enjoy. And that's how our curriculum is supposed to look like. It's supposed to be so versatile. It should not exclude anyone. It should be all embracing. Okay, some practical implications. I'm going to finish in the next 3 minutes. We've got to actually make ourselves aware. What is it that we are missing in terms of the curriculum? Where are our students falling short? We begin where we are. You cannot begin by actually implementing all curriculum transformation pillars. Let's begin where we are. And then what do? Incorporate African scholars into your curriculum. Write some of the material yourself, use South African examples, use the media, use the newspapers, use whatever collection that you can get from the local context. Students like to actually see that, you know what, last week there was a strike there. Now my lecturer is actually bringing in that, and they want me to think about it in terms of the theory and the practice in my own module. They like it because it's something that, oh, so my module is actually useful some way. It is not good to actually learn something for the sake of learning it. They want to actually see it come through and being implemented right away. Let us seek growth, attend workshops, and try to actually bring in the mother language. We tend to be, you know, almost scared, almost shy to actually bring that in. You don't have to know all the languages. As I said, we have that Google Translate. The students can talk to each other about, you know, the concept, and then, which is actually good because that is where meaning is made, and then they can actually come back and translate it back to English, and then you know that we can see that the students have made meaning because they were able to go to their mother language or to common languages amongst themselves, and they don't, you can actually divide them in such a way that different language groups are working together. But we need to actually look at, one of the things that I want us to use the technology must work for us. That Google Translate is a very powerful tool, and it actually is quite a good translation of the English to whatever language. Let's actually have that handy so that when students actually are not able to understand what we're trying to, you can actually share that. Ask them to download it and you can work alongside with the students. Lastly, I want to just say, please do not escape. We cannot escape a curriculum transformation. It is an imperative from the South African government. UNISA has embraced it. That is why we're having the language unit and days like this where we actually showcase what is already happening and want to actually get more people to come and join us. In conclusion, it is high time that we walk the talk because we have had the debating about the relevance of African languages in our teaching and learning at universities. Those debates cannot take place indefinitely. We need to actually start somewhere. I'm not saying do the whole thing, let's start somewhere. Start where you are comfortable and actually add incrementally. That is a quote from Madange in 2019. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to end the, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the presentation and for also reminding us that we're still reclaiming Africa's intellectual future. I've picked a few points again. She mentioned a very important point by talking about changing the perception of our students regarding the UNISA curriculum in relation to our African languages. Again, May also mentioned that our university is really trying to use our African languages in our daily basis. And I also like the fact that she spoke about Google Translation, because I think most of us, when we are doing the translation for other departments and maybe there's something that needs to be done quickly, we all go to Google Translate and you be typing there English to Sesotho, or English to Chivenda, or English to Sepedi, which means it's something that we can all use, and it's in turn help us to learn other languages. And again, I think it was last year, whereby UNISA offered the academic staff, and I think the whole of staff, an opportunity to at least learn how to communicate in one of the African languages. So we attended those classes to learn how to communicate basically with other languages, and I think I attended Sitsonga. So since we are in the afternoon, when they greet each other, they will say Inhlekani, which means now we are past 12. Again, thank you, May. Again, thank you so much, Happy May, for reminding us that the mother tongue is key to education, knowledge, and also to knowing where you are going with the language. And then also thank you for sharing the critical information that the remote was actually developed for people who are differently abled from us. Because now the learners or the children, they don't know that we used to have that TVs, whereby you have to go ulotobeza or chincha, or when there's wind or it is raining, you have to go outside. So our kids don't know that right now. So without wasting more time, I would like to ask Dr. Fiona Ferris to come and share her presentation, and also her presentation will be presented on the screen via PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Program directors and organizers, it's really a privilege for me to be invited to speak on this panel. This morning has been insightful, it has been interesting, it has been lively. We've been singing, we've been celebrating like South Africans, and it's really a good place to be. When Refilwe came up and I saw the face, I was like, that's my Refilwe. I don't know where she is now, but yeah, I've spoken about her as a young person who writes in different languages, and she's really a role model for us all. Is my presentation up? Okay, so today I'm going to talk about one of the projects that we have in the CHS faculty. The project's called the Language Festivals Program. It's a project that have been running a number of years, and I've been in charge of it since 2018. So basically, this project's aim is to raise importance of multilingualism in society. It also advises learners on the career options that they have when they want to study languages and what languages we have at offer at UNISA. It also offers us an opportunity to do research on multilingual classroom practices in South African high schools. So that is the aim of the project. It's to raise the status of marginalized languages in society, and to also gauge with students on the importance of multilingualism in society and in the education sector. This project is situated within a larger context. Firstly, the South African Constitution, I'm not going to talk about that. Specifically, Act number 108, Section 6, where it affords official status to 11 languages. But what this act does is it doesn't only just describe South Africa as a multilingual language, but it also recognizes the other languages that we speak in South Africa. Prof. Moropa has spoken about the language policy for higher education. She's spoken about the UNISA language policy, and she has done great work. I've not seen a language policy at that level be revised within 5 years, 5 or 6 years. Prof, you've done great work. So this is one of the projects that also attests to the commitment that the university have towards vying for multilingual education or access to education. So I'm going to speak about the project a bit and just show you guys some of our highlights over the years. I'm just going to speak to the project from 2018 to 2022. I also want to just briefly mention, although it's a bit dated, it's still very important. Ruiz in 1984 presented 3 orientations to language planning. You can see language as a problem, or you can construct it as a problem. You can construct it as a right. You can construct language also as a resource. But what we have done, what some Southern scholars have done now is to add to this theoretical framework and add language as a responsibility. And this is what we've seen in the presentations from this morning, that people have taken responsibility for their languages, they've taken responsibility for our educational sector and what we need to do, and they've taken personal responsibility for that which they believe in, so that we can fit within our context and so that our picture looks good at the end of the day. So with regards to the project progress, in 2018 we had a road show. Basically what we did was we had a play that we scripted, and we took this performance to schools in one province at a time. So we started off in the Eastern Cape. We targeted 40 schools, and we went to 3 or 4 schools per day with that production. There was also a competition component to the project. In 2019, we did the exact same, but what we did was we introduced a research component. By that time, we've established relationships with the teachers, and we found that many a times we get questions from teachers on what they can do about languages, what they can go and study, but also how they can use the languages in the different classroom settings. So we wanted to understand the attitudes that teachers have and how they use these different languages in their classroom situation. So that is the research component that we introduced. So we went to 120 schools in 3 provinces, 3 of us, Dr. Letswalo, Ms. Reisen and I. We each had a province, and we each went to 40 schools within 2 weeks' time. So we covered about 120 schools within a 2-week period. In 2021, with the onslaught of COVID, we had to think out of the box. So what we then did was we had a Dropbox template where we went to schools. We had to really work on our marketing. It couldn't just be flyers and posters. So we went there, we posted posters, and we gave flyers to the learners, and we had the teachers as our primary contact. And what we then did was we created a website where we recorded the play, and the play was on the website, and the information for the competition was also on the website. On the website, we also had podcasts of all the research members and what they do, their language activism. So that was also information for the learners. And what we received that year was competition entries that was multiplied from the previous years when we actually had contact with many learners at the same time. So our learners know how to go online and go and find data. And we were pleasantly surprised with the competition entries that was in the form of song, it was in the form of poetry, it was in the form of presentations and plays and so forth. So this is just some pictures from the road show. So many a times we had to set up in classrooms, we had to set up outside, but it was an experience that doesn't match many other things. So this was 2018 and 2019. Just skip. So as I said, in 2021, we had to up our marketing game, and this is an example of the poster that we used. And this is the website that we created, and on the website you could then go and access the play and other information on multilingualism. So as I said, our reach was better that year, and what I want to share with you today is we have transcribed parts of the competition entries as one source of data, and I want to share with you what our learners think about the importance of multilingualism in society. So one of the themes that came up most was multilingualism as an avenue to understand and appreciate different cultures and language speakers. This came up in many of the competition entries. And here I'm going to just show examples of the extracts that we got. So one of the participants said that it's an important factor in society because it makes an individual more appreciative towards different cultures. It helps to better understand people from diverse backgrounds. It helps to better understand and mutual acceptance for people from diverse backgrounds. Remember that we're transcribing actual data, so it would not be, sometimes the transcript would not be syntactically correct. It deepens the connections to other cultures. It exposes and forces us to appreciate cultures, religions, and history associated with that language. It also enhances creativity, and it brings about adjustment to the society and makes us appreciate our culture and language, right? It's also to help us maintain cooperation and understanding between two different societies. It helps our society to acknowledge the importance of understanding their culture and their living atmosphere. I wish you could hear these learners' voices, not from my perspective. One of the other themes that came up strongly was that multilingualism is important to strengthen and build intercultural relations. It's a way of connecting through languages. We ought to understand each other through languages. So these are just some of the extracts from the data that we received. One of the things that came up in the plays a lot were that multilingualism is important, or rather essential, to provide assistance to people from different language groups. I want to picture a scenario whereby you are stuck in an elevator with a man with necrophobia, which is the phobia of darkness, and the only thing he needs is water, and he keeps on saying, "Ngisela amanzi." But unfortunately, you only understand Sepedi or maybe English. This is where the importance of knowing various languages knocks in. Guilt of not being able to assist one another because of not understanding his or her language can break you inside for the rest of your life. These are how our high school learners feel about the different languages. There were many different examples of assisting people from different cultures or from different language backgrounds. The importance of multilingualism in society is that you can ask anyone who speaks a different language from you directions at any times. So there were a lot of examples of that nature in the data. They also said that multilingualism is important for nation building and conflict resolution. For example, one learner said that South Africa has many languages. That helps build the country and mold citizens together. Multilingualism allows societies to, inaudible, simply tolerate to a more peaceful coexistence and mutual respect. Multilingualism builds on internationality and nation building and nation solidarity. It aids in resolving conflict. It helps with multitasking and understanding the perspective of others. So here you can see that they're even delving into the cognitive benefits of multilingualism, not just the interrelational benefits of multilingualism. So as I said, multilingualism also has cognitive benefits and has health benefits according to these learners. One of the learners said that it's key in enhancing educational development in the sense that knowing indigenous languages can increase a vast amount of expertise and skills and knowledge. It also enhances creativity. It makes us curious of learning a language, and it does not also develop better verbal but also spatial ability. It exercises your brain. So as I said, they did mention that multilingualism have cognitive benefits and have health benefits. So I'm just going to read the last part. It improves your health and it can improve your quality of life. So if you're hoping to reach 90, learn another language. Right? So none of these submissions constructed multilingualism as a problem. None of them. We had a lot of submissions, but a resource to improve cultural communications and relations, for nation building, for conflict resolution, as well as for cognitive and health benefits. Who would have thought that our learners would come up with the fact that multilingualism helps with health benefits? And it does. It does. It helps you with multitasking, and it helps for different parts of your brain to work better together. So in 2002, we had another huge highlight. Sorry for the very dark screen. We decided to have a multilingual spelling bee competition, and we hosted this in Polokwane. So this multilingual spelling bee was represented by 19 schools, and 64 learners attended, and what they were required to do was to express their multilingual pronunciation and spelling abilities in the languages in their region. So one learner had to express their abilities to spell and to articulate in Sepedi, Zitsonga, Tshivenda, and English. Those were the languages that's spoken in Limpopo. It was the first of its kind, and it was such an experience to hear the learners speak in their own languages and pronunciate using the sounds from their own languages. Dr. Letswalo was very serious with me. They're not going to use English sounds. We're going to mark them down. But it was such a beautiful experience to watch these learners and see how they function in their own languages. So these are just some of the pictures to highlight the day. Something happened to my pictures. I'm going to blame the ITC people. So I had a few pictures to share with you. So we had pictures of the winners. We had pictures of the board. That was part of them are here. So what I basically wanted to illustrate here, I'm so sorry that you missed the last part, because I was most excited about that. Was that each language has meaning potential, not just the structures within the language. Multilingualism itself has meaning potential. It says something about us. It says something about our country. It says something about our university. It says something about us as human beings and how we relate to each other. For many years, scholars have indicated the benefits of learning in multiple languages, and it is vital for the purpose of learning. they've indicated this. Very few scholars hold on to the idea of multilingualism as a disruption, as conflicting with the learning of the first language. So from there onwards, I see that we still have a lot of work to do, and I'm really happy for this platform, and I hope that we'll engage some more on what we can do to promote our marginalized languages. They should not stay in the margins. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ferris. Nale ke le nyantšeng letsweleng ke Sepedi. Ke yona polelo ke nyantšeng letsweleng kgona go kwa le ke le ka go bolela Sekgowa gore a o tšwa Masedibu High School. So there is a phapano ye kgolo between us when we speak English. But I like the fact that nowadays we are trying to say that when you speak English, it does not measure your intelligence. So even if you that does not reflect what I have in my brain, at least. Thank you. Thank you, Fiona, for showing us what the Language Festival is doing. I think you're doing great work. More especially because we are not just sitting in our offices and doing research, but we are going out there engaging the learners who are the future speakers of our language, the ones who are going to ensure that these languages are safe. Because if we don't teach these languages to our children, then the languages are going to die. One thing that she did not mention, and this is the nice part about being squeezed in some projects, is that you know certain things. So when the speakers don't say those things, you can just come in and say, oh, by the way, you forgot this one. So what the project did last year was, it did not just promote multilingualism through spelling bee, multilingual spelling bee competition, but the learners were incentivized for participating. I think the first learner, the number one, got was Kwasya first position, got a laptop, 5,000 rand, and what was the other thing? And something. Yeah. So yeah. And then the second position got a tablet and 3,000 rand. Then the third position also got a tablet and 2,500. So yeah. So thank you very much for that. We see that we are running a bit behind time. We are just left with 2 speakers and some spices in the poem. So it's just 2 speakers and we are wrapping up. And we are going to ask Mrs. Heidi to come and usher us with an Afrikaans poem. National anthem fella. At least today we are going to learn something new. Heidi, the floor is yours.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Good afternoon, everybody. Ooh, you can hear my heart beating. Just before I read the poem, I would like to mention on African Languages departmental website, we have a link where you can go and click and see some of the African languages and learn some words. So that's very nice. I'm reading Dans van die Reën, Dance of the Rain, by the Afrikaans poet Eugene Nielen Marais, 1871 to 1936. The English translation by J. de Lange. In the poem, our sister represents the rain. She dances, she shows emotion, and she invites you to a wedding feast. And this takes place in the arid semi-desert Karoo. A Place of Thirst. Die lied van die vioolspeler Jan Konterdans van die Groot Woestyn. The Song of Jan Konterdans, the violin player of the Great Desert. O dans van ons sister, oh the dance of our sister. Eers oor die bergtop loer sy skelm. First over the hilltop she shyly peeps. En haar oë is skaam, and her eyes are shy. En sy lag saggies, and she laughs softly. En van ver wink sy met die een hand, and from afar she beckons with one hand. Haar armbande blink en haar krale skitter. Her bangle shimmers and her bead sparkles. Saggies roep sy, softly she calls. Sy vertel die winde van die dans. She tells the winds about the dance. En sy nooi hulle want, and she invites them because die werf is wyd en die bruilof groot. The yard is wide and the wedding is big. Die groot wild jaag uit op die vlakte. The big game rushes up from the plains. Hulle dam op die bultop. They gather on the hilltop. Wyd trek hulle die neusgate. The nostrils flare wide. En hulle sluk die wind. And they gulp the wind. En hulle bulk om haar fyn spore op die sand te sien. And they crouch to see her delicate tracks in the sand. Die klein volk diep onder die grond, oor die sleep van haar voete. The tiny ones deep underground hear the shuffle of her feet. En hulle kruip nader en sing saggies, and they crawl closer softly singing. Ons sister, jy het gekom, Our sister, you came. En haar krale skit en 'n beads shake, en haar koperringe blink in die wegraak van die son, and 'n copper bangle shine in the vanishing sun. Op haar voorkop is die vuurpluim van die berggier. On her forehead rests the mountain eagle's fiery plume. En sy trap van die hoogte. Sy sprei haar karos met al twee hande uit. She steps down from the heights and spreads the dusty karos with both her arms. Die asem van die wind raak weg. The wind's breath is taken away. O, die dans van ons sister. Oh, the dance of her sister. Thank you.
Kere gane ke tla kwa megolokwane go ba ya apply ka mo a re go megolokwane as I said, or we are going to learn, and I think there's something that I just picked up in the poem, and it resonated with one of the books that was written by Ausrifilwe, because when she started, she said, "Goeiedag almal." So now we are learning to say hello in many languages. That's what she said. So at least today I learned something. Yeah, and then I also heard something about Berge. Kaopela national anthem, it relates, so at least my national anthem has to do something like Africans. Yeah, so thank you very much for that. And I see that the program, the people who did this program strategically positioned certain things, because now we are moving from Africans now to politics, because we have student representative. I don't know what they were trying to do, but we will see what they were trying to do. So we are going to invite Mr. Inganati Ketwa, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the National SRC of UNISA.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Litswalo, not forgetting the very beautiful lady, Miss Litzileha. I don't know whether I pronounced it correctly. Program Director, professors present here today, SRC members, esteemed guests, labor federations, staff members receive our warm revolutionary greetings on behalf of the National Student Representative Council. It is an honor and a great privilege to stand in front of such great intellectual minds. You know, as an aspiring academia, we always get overwhelmed when we're given platforms to present at such august occasions. We don't take them lightly. So thank you very much for your invite. We hope that we will do justice to it. Molweni, my name is Inganati Ketwa. I'm the National Deputy Secretary General of the SRC. But before I start, I found it quite tricky and a bit difficult when I was given this topic. So I could not really understand the context of it, but I asked myself some questions, but I hope that one day they will be answered. So I understand that the world is indeed multilingual. I understand that too, that South Africa is indeed multilingual. Even though I don't understand why many white people cannot speak languages that are spoken by majority of the people where they were born in, grew up in, lived in, and worked for very many years. For example, it is very rare to find white people who were born and bred and lived and worked with black people who are able to pronounce Letswalo, just to give an example. It's a word that is not really difficult, but really white people find it very difficult. Not racist, but we ought to question such things when they take place. I would understand though that if it was a foreigner or perhaps a tourist would understand, but it is quite intriguing to find these people whom we interact and interface with on daily basis, from morning up until late at night, but it becomes very difficult to pronounce our names and surnames. So I hope that perhaps we will get answers. But without wasting further time, we ought to address the question at hand, in fact, which speaks about multilingualism. Multilingualism, what is it, and what is the necessity that is needed in the transformation of our education system? So I think I will touch on about the importance of multilingualism. Multilingualism practices enhances intellectual flexibility and creativity. Recent studies have indicated that children who grew up in a supportive environment speaking more than one language from an early age are more perceptive and intellectually flexible than those who speak one language. By using the double first language acquisition model as indicated, by children with parents constantly speaking different languages grow up being equally fluent and comfortable with the two home languages and can even learn a third and a fourth language. Though this research is focused on the home context, this is also a practical in classrooms context. It's also practical in all other fields of areas, be it your workplace. So it is very important that you learn more than one language to increase your intellectual flexibility. But nonetheless, in defining and being able to understand the necessity in the transformation of our education system, we ought to provide solutions and the way forward, so that we don't only criticize and also dwell much on the problems, but we ought to bring the solutions. So in presenting the way forward, in order to achieve a multilingualism practices in our education system, whether be it formal or informal, the following recommendations can be put in place as the way forward. Firstly, it is to revisit the Official Language Policy Act in a given country to help in strengthening multilingualism practices in a country concerned, hence showing its significance in the fast-growing world. This has worked well in other countries. For example, Bilingual Education Act of 1968 in the United States of America, and Official Languages Act in 1969 in Canada that have been established in English and French as an official languages at the federal level across Canada. The policy has also worked in California, where Bilingual Bicultural Education Act 1976 was enacted to aid the school. Children whose primary language was not English in the U.S. bilingual education policy assisted non-English speaking children to be able to speak other languages fluently in both languages. These children were Spanish speaking and Cubans in the East. The other nations that have employed the bilingual education programs are United Kingdom, Philippines, Sweden, and other various countries. Multidimensional communication skills should be used both in primary and secondary level for the purposes of getting the learner access to both content and skills. This will help the learner to acquire and retain the content and various communication skills. For this to be fruitful, multilingualism in education calls for the involvement of language education, communication skills, which is an essential tool for the development of the learner's speaking and writing abilities. It has also been proven over the years in India, in an official order of Hakam dated 26 April in 1917, a university that would use Urdu as a medium of instruction was established in Hyderabad. This order inaugurated one of the largest translation projects in the history of India, since there were no suitable textbooks in the Urdu for modern university subjects. An official translation barrier was established by the university. The barrier took up the massive cultural and intellectual project of translating books from English into Urdu in a range of fields, from chemistry and medicine to European history, African history, geography, and many more other subjects. So the study shows us the paramount importance of being able to speak many languages. It does not only enhance your intellectual capacity, but it gives you more power to be able to socialize, be it in a social space, be it in another country, be it in a different environment. So it also boosts your self-confidence, so that when you are in front of people, you are at a better stage to present yourself. So without wasting any time, I hope that we have presented and came up with solutions in terms of how we can be able to increase and capacitate the education system in making sure that we are able to speak in different languages. But another issue that I feel like as a South African university, and we have said as the Student Representative Council, and we have participated in many forums and in many discussions where we had advocated for modules to be presented in all official languages of the country, so that no student feels discriminated or outside. And we are glad to inform you that they have started the job. There's a tutorial letter 101 that is presented in Setswana. There's a tutorial letter that is presented in Xhosa. So we've made great strides in making sure that to achieve such milestones. So colleagues, program director, and everyone, thank you very much for this great opportunity. We hope that you will forever invite us, and also not also invite us in such public platforms, but in also critical discussions where we ought to present and also engage about the way forward and how to improve the curriculum content that is Afrocentric with the inclusion of African languages. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Inganati. Mara ka re hona le something yana we lebetseng a ke sure hantle a ka utlwa amandla conveyed. I get Dr. Letswalo mentioned that now we shifted into a political spectrum, so I was expecting to hear like amandla, something like that, to show the mood, to change the mood into the political side. Thank you so much for your presentation and also for reminding us that we as South Africans, we are very, very fortunate to be a multilingual country, and also to have a bilingual education system, because when you go to schools, you'll find a learner who is from a Sesotho background doing Sesotho at school, doing English, and also doing Afrikaans, because when I was at school, I did Sesotho as my home language, I did FAL, English, and then I did SAL as Afrikaans. So at least we're still moving forward, and other provinces, they have their home language and also they have English as well, in order for us to be able to communicate with each other, because I don't think if we didn't have the bilingual education, I would be able to stand here today and be able to freelance between the languages. Hey, nesizulu ngiyakhuluma kancane nje, ngiyakhona ukuthi ngithi nje kancane. Thank you so much. Now moving forward, we'll ask Ms. Nelly Swamzima to give us a presentation about UNISA Proverbs Dictionary. Nelly?
Molweni, Sanbonani, Dumelang. Take me as your appetizer before lunch. I'm not going to be long. Oqala nje ndingumuntu we behind the scenes mna, andikuthanda ukuma apha. Into kunayo ke xa uphethwe bengasabaweli uboss wam athi uyadlala. Khawuku jonga umuntu osecane kwakho uthi andisabawela. Khawujonga umuntu osecane kwakho uthi andisabawela. Xa ikujonga kakubi uthi andisabawela ilunch. It's amazing how the language evolves and how we should accept. I'm one of the, as young as I look, thank you very much. As young as I look, but I'm one of the purest. For once in a while, I wasn't really sure about Tsotsital, about all these other languages that they use on social media, but at the end of the day, the language evolves, and therefore we should also accept, the new, words that are being used. So I am here to present to you very exciting news. In a quest to promote multilingualism in educational spaces, as scholars, we have to take lead. I am here to introduce to you one of many exciting projects, an initiative within the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages by a group of UNISA scholars from different speech communities, the UNISA Proverbs Dictionary. I knew you would catch it, even if I haven't unpacked it, yes. This is a multilingual online Proverbs dictionary. This group of scholars, or paremiologists, as we call people who study Proverbs, have collected Proverbs from a number of South Africa's indigenous languages. Slide 2 for me, please, yes. The dictionary has Proverbs as entries, which are then aligned with equivalences from other languages. Slide 3, okay, no, never mind. I'm a bit nervous, ngoba kaloku ndingulo uyi-appetizer before lunch andithi ndiyayazi abantu sebelambile. It is also one of its kind to have a quadridirectional presentation of Proverbs, meaning that each of the 4 languages that are presented as head entries, or are presented as head entries in their respective sections. Now, the website offers a collection of plus 200 common equivalent Proverbs. Masiqhobe izandla bethuna ngumsebenzi omkhulu lo. It includes a compilation of existing proverbs from Sepedi, Xitsonga, Tshivenda, and English proverbs. It combines ancient proverbs that are popular and commonly used. It is also updated with proverbs that have come into use more recently. Now, slide 3. It has a more about the dictionary. Yeah, I want to see what slide is this. It has a multilingual and multicultural approach to the teaching and learning of Proverbs in the 4 used languages, as I've mentioned before. It becomes the first Proverbs website to have 6 sections for a proverb entry. This means that there's a source language proverb as the main entry, its explanation, the usage example, its literal translation, and equivalent proverb in the target language number 1, its literal translation in and equivalent proverb in the target language number 2, its literal translation in and equivalent proverb in the target language number 3. Okay. So as we move to slide 4. No, it should be slide 4. No, go back to slide 3 then. Go back for me. Okay, go forward. I'm sorry. Again. All right, okay, so this is how the dictionary looks like inside. When you go, the entries that I have mentioned. Go to slide 5 for me. Okay, I really wanted to show you how the dictionary looks, so I don't know whether that slide is still coming. I think that slide is still coming. Okay, let us continue. I did explain, right, Bazalon, Ubamna. I'm nervous. So why a multilingual Proverbs dictionary? Proverbs exposes one to a deeper understanding of the cultural values of a language, right? So we want to digitize our indigenous languages. We want to preserve our culture. We want to preserve our language. We want to teach languages. We want to promote multilingualism. And we also want to promote intercultural diversity, intercultural communication, and mutual exchange of ideas and cultural norms, ma-Afrika. And then we go to the slide. Do you see? Isn't she a beauty? This is how the dictionary is going to look like on the landing page. Hayi bo kaniqhobeni izandla. Isn't she a beauty? Yes, that's how the Proverbs, UNESCO Proverbs dictionary is going to look like. It's beautiful inside and out. Go to slide 7 for me. Oh, there's no slide 7. Okay, so I did say that as you go in, as you get into the dictionary, you can see it is easily, and you can easily navigate through it. There you have your 4 languages: English, Tshivenda, Sepedi, and Xitsonga. So it is beautiful. It is something to explore, yes. So this, as you go to slide 8 for me, this is still a work in progress, colleagues. There are still equivalences being collected. There are so many, so as we see here in the pipeline, there's Setswana, isiXhosa, isiNdebele, and isiZulu, all right? It's still a work in progress, so iyakhula, ngokuya ikhula. There are so many other exciting developments happening, colleagues, but the idea is not to take too much of your time. The chilo ndati the appetizer before lunch, so I'm not going to take too much of your time. So moving with the times, we need to get to an understanding that if we want to promote and popularize our languages to the younger generation, we have to find modern, creative, innovative ways of teaching youth to love their mother tongue so that it becomes attractive and interesting to them. So, ndichilo ke ndathi i-Proverbs dictionary iyakhula. It is an ongoing project. So Proverbs in a visual language form has also become a very popular trend, where you find that there are proverbs and emojis that are on social media that are linked to Proverbs. So the team is also initiators of projects such as this on Facebook and Instagram filters with emojis where young people are able to play a game and guess what kind of a proverb this is by looking at the pictures that are there or emojis that have been put together to actually explain a certain proverb. So there's so many other exciting things that are coming, and it's the team that is behind this very wonderful project is my party. Dr. Napiari Letswalo, who is the editor-in-chief, Dr. Hanati Shaku, who is the associate editor, Marubeng Maponya, associate editor, Delva Mabaso Arnold Mushwana, Moffat Sibula, Lufuno Meriri. Those are the contributors of the languages that are still in the dictionary now. Let us help me to congratulate them and put hands together for them. But I did say that the team is growing, and there are languages in the pipeline. There are people that I haven't mentioned there who have been working really hard, working on the equivalences of the other languages. So it is growing, and Betronana, thank you so much. That's all for now. We will see you at the official launch of the dictionary, because aika launchwa. The website is there, but it is not yet live. But betuna sizanixelela xa kukhona umbhiyozo so that nizoza nizo-congratulate le team esebenza kanzima kangaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nelly. I I almost forgot that we have a term, paramyologist. It's still new, but we'll get there, we'll get used to it. You know, the fun part about our African proverbs is that, like Nelly mentioned, they are developing from time and time again. Now you'll find something like ziyakhala. You know, when somebody says ziyakhala, hey, it means it's either going to be very good or it's going to be very bad. And then we have proverbs that have been created over social media, such as "it will end in tears." Now you know, and then there's this one that was recently formed from a video whereby this guy was trying to tell a story to his or her friend, and when he started to say, a man and the kid were walking in the forest, and people started saying welele. So now we are using welele when we don't want to hear anything about something that you want to tell us. So yeah, that's how our language is evolving from time and time again. One last important thing is that since you're all here, Napiadi has gave me the authority to let you know that the launch of the dictionary will be on the 24th of March this year. So which means if you have time, you can come and join us when the launch happens. And also I was fortunate enough to be part of that, doing the Sesotho part, and also there's Afrikaans and the Swana, isiZulu, isiXhosa, like Nelly mentioned. So it was a very exciting project, and I think you will all love to see it. Thank you. Moving forward to our last item of the program. We have been driving from the beginning, and now we are here. We arrived to our last destination. Please help me welcome Dr. Mokgobo Kanyane from African Languages Department with a Sesotho sa Leboa poem. Thank you, Dr. Kanyane.
We are speaking in tongues. Saubona, goeiedag, good day, dumelang. You know, the African languages, I didn't know how to dumelang, dumelang, thobela, dumelang, le kae. Or ke mosegare go ba ke bošego le tsogile na re no re tsogile le ge le bošego le ge le mosegare re no re tsogile. Ke ge re bolela ka maleme re sa kwešišane. Hey, ba bang ba rekwa ba re kwešiši mara re a bolela ma-Afrika Borwa. Sareto se ke tlo go sareta mo, the poem that I'm going to present now, ke e ke itlhametše go yona. I wrote it myself. It says, ma-Afrika Borwa. He lena ma-Afrika Borwa, nkweng lena bana ba tharientsho, mphoše, mpho ye e tšwang badimong yeo re antšweng letsweleng, leleme la letswele. Maesimane ba re ke mother tongue. Bokgwa bja rena, boikgantšho bja rena. Re reng re itiša dihlong ge re bolela. Re reng re ba diketa ka leleme. Gane ke phošo go bolela segageno. Gane go reng ba tšwa kgole ba bolela segageno. Ititie mafahla. Ema ka boitshepo o bolele leleme la geno. Go gola o godile o le bolela. Ebile o godisitswe ke lona. Go fihleng ga gago mo o fihlileng, o fihlisitswe ke lona. O tšama o botsiša batho. O re Pretoria ke kae? A ke re mmagona motho ke molomo. O botsišitše ka lona. Ares. Ke mpho ya gago go tšwa modimong. Gore o kgone go bolela le go kwana le magageno. Ke mpho e kgolo yeo o ka se efeng ke motho. Baswana ba re, notsa todi le mapong le. Shate! Yo a sa re go shate wa duma. O duma dilo tša batho. Ai, 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 ai. Balati ankati.
Magageshu ba Afrika Borwa mabotse a re boleleng segaga bo rena. Ke moko ke molaetša.
Re a leboga Dr. Kanyani. Re a leboga for sereto se se botse. My co-pilot here mentioned something gore a man and a daughter were walking in the forest. Wapedi bana le tshele. Bana le tshele ka gore o ile gore ke tšea from Dr. Kanyani o boletše something mo. Monno mongwe ile a reta ka mokgo a lebala the last part ya sereto sa gage. Ambilana mare ke tšhaba baditi. So a so re ba tšhaba baditi a ba sa tseba the other part. So ge ba re ba tšhaba baditi ba lebetše. Mara re a leboga. Re fihlile mafelong a lenaneo la rena la lekgono. Pele re tlo ruma, pele re tlo laela rena baotledi ba sefofane se, reng re tšee sebaka se re kgopele gore ka ge re le ge re fihla mo ba re amogela. Pele re tšwa ka difate re ba kgopela gape ba re amogetšeng gore ba tle ba ke ba re botše gore tše di be di diriwa mo ba di kwele jwang. Ke ra bona beng gae ke re ka sepedi ba re šaola moyeng le bea ke beng gae. Dr. Shoba, I don't know if you heard me, but I was just calling you on stage to come and say good of things.
zitye zihluthethe zetyise ngoba kaloku ninama-Afrika thina nkone ningabantu kaloku nina abenezinwe ndiyanicela ke ma-Afrika nkone xa nidibana kwilixa lizayo nincede ma-Afrika nkone nibeke izithebe nibaphakele batye bahluthethe batyekeze nivale nemayikhi.
Siyabulela Hlubi, senibulele uHlubi. Siyabulela Gadebe, siyabulela ngelengele. Mashwabado washwabade lingomo nempondo zazo. Molweni bethuna. Njengokuba uneliswa ebelapha watsho ukuba ungumqobo phakathi kokulamba nokuhlutha kwenu. Nam ndizawuzama uba mfutshane ngamazwi nje okubulela njengokuba uZolani sele enibulele. I want to make special word of gratitude to the organizers of this event, starting with Prof. Muropa, who is the head of the language unit, the department that is hosting this event. And also Prof. Motsa, who is the VP above the language unit. Prof. Ngwepe and Prof. Nkosi, the Dinari in the CHS, because they also made it possible for us to be here. I would like to also thank the departments that have been working in partnership with the language unit. That is now the Curriculum Transformation Unit, the College of Education, I've mentioned CHS, African Languages, Prof. Madonsela, Skoni Sam, Bendikenda Sbona up. Intombi yakwa Mali yendele pha kwa Madonsela yolonto nsithi Skoni. Yes, African Languages, everybody othe wafaka isandla apha bethuna. The media, thank you so much, because now we know this event has reached all provinces. I know it has reached the Eastern Cape. I know it has reached the Western Cape and also Limpopo. People have been acknowledging that they have been able to join us. So because of your efforts, thank you so much. The poets, niwenze lomsitho bethuna wamnandi ngolona hlobo. Tebuho, Solani, Aaron, Khadi, Heidi, you reminded me of the days sifunda the dance van der Rien. Haar armbande blank en haar krale scatter. Yeah, those were the days. But Aaron, Tebuho, people, you made this event live, ngolona hlobo, and nginakwazi ukulichaza. We danced, yes, we danced and we love dancing. And Prof. Muropa, ulala kamnandi ngolona hlobo, because umsebenzi wezandla zakho uphambi kwakho uyawubona. we are very proud. Mam Xesi, mandime apho. Yes, the university now can proud itself that it has a language policy that has been approved. And we are here now because of the efforts. Yes, I'm not undermining other people, but your department spearheaded. Your department made it possible for the language policy to be approved, to be implemented. And the university, as the African university, shaping futures, is in the forefront. Because, amongst others, your department was there as the leader of the linguistics and modern languages department. Ungene ezihlangwini andazi andifuna ukuthi izinkulu mandithi ziyakulingana zikulingene, but the people who were before you have made so many things to happen. And I know you can do it. I know you will do it. Yes, I'm so proud that now I'm short of words. But anyway, Marisa, you have shown us that African languages can be digitized. And you have shown us that our languages are developed. They don't need to be developed. They are developed. Now I'm wearing the other jacket or shoes. Okay. Karina, thank you very much. Because you are teaching us about sign language, and that you are saying to us, we have been taking language for granted. And the fact that I can speak and ignore you because you cannot speak loudly as I can. But it is, in a nutshell, you are saying, we are here as much as you are here. Don't ignore us. And I think UNISA has now taken a step to recognize the deaf. The fact that we have sign interpreters. We have Winnie, we have Sophie, whom we cannot thank enough for what they have been doing. We saw Sophie during the official opening, signing, interpreting for everyone. And she was alone there. And you know the effort that takes, the energy that takes to interpret for so many people. We are nothing compared to what was happening at ZK on the 10th. Sophie and you, Winnie, thank you very much. Siyanibulela betunan mazenetole. Refilwe yo andiyazi bake ndithini ngawe. Ininzi lento ndiyifundileyo ngawe. Abantwana bethu baza kufunda. You just emphasized the importance of reading. Our children have books to read. Inganati inkosi. Inganati siyabulela. Siyabulela to reaffirm that what we are doing makes a difference. As I've said, Prof. Muropa, that is actually why I'm saying you will sleep sounding like a baby tonight. Because Inganati has confirmed the hard work that you've been doing, that it is doable, it can be done, and we can reap the fruits. Enkosi kakhulu Inganati, ithi lonto isikhuthaze, ibakhuthaze bonke abantu. You mentioned translation, and I kind of felt like, yeah, uyabona ke ngoku, because uthetha ngathi. Abanye abantu bacinga i-translation kukudlala ngexesha, and yet that is the vessel, or that is the bridge to wealth, to everything. Sibulele ke nalantombi incinci yaphaya kula Department of African Languages. No. Yakwa linguistics and modern languages. Andiboni mabhuku nkamangane nxesibekazi ndini siyakubulela nawe. Bethuna siyanibulela siyabuya nakulonyaka uzayo siphinde sinimeme ukuba zenize apha. Andazi bandilibala ntoni apha mamushoba. Into le ndilibalayo balulekileyo. Wendiyeza kubo abaphathi inkqubo. Unapiadi, tomorrow he will be professor, so I've prepared him for professorship. Prof. Napiadi Litswalo and Dr. Mamoya, we thank you very much. You have made this occasion so special, so alive. We don't have words enough to thank you. Siyanbulela betuna laribuha.
Thank you very much. Before we do the announcement, I'm not sure if maybe it was the time when I was still busy with something, but we had Dr. Ferris, who also presented, and we also had Miss Andile Mamba and Tabo Ngubana from the Curriculum Transformation Unit. So we are extending our vote of thanks to you. So we extend our vote of thanks to you for the contributions that you made for this event today to be what it is, and showcasing how you are contributing to the promotion of multilingualism. And already they've thanked the poets. So from the poet, okay, no, not from the poet, from Uneli, when Nelly presented, then came the poet, then came Dr. Nokel. I see that the program does not show that sequence, but I see that it was strategically done from Eastern Cape. And from what they were saying, they touched, all of them, they spoke about food. I never knew that in Eastern Cape food are so important, because all of them, they spoke about food. I heard the poem saying, "Nuku pak, yeah, liagagwa le pak." Yeah. So thank you very much. We'd like to thank you for affording us this opportunity to drive this. We were driving or we were flying?
We're driving.
Okay, we were driving. That's why sometimes we hit some potholes. So we thank you very much for affording us this opportunity to be here to drive this vehicle for you, trusting us with that. And we were not only the two of us. We also had Winnie Ngobeni, Miss Winnie Ngobeni, and Miss Sophie Mabaso, who were also driving it virtually for those who speak sign language. So we thank you very much. I have two announcements, and the last announcement will be made by Ausma Moya. At the table there are that side of the foyer. There are things that have been displayed, so you can go there and look at the artifacts that are displayed there. Ausri Filwe has books that are on sale. You can also go there and purchase the books for children. And also Karina has a book about sign language that is also for sale. So yeah, so we can go and buy those. Usually so I'll give that announcement to Ausmama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and everybody who was able to be with us today. And mo re ileng ga gesemela teng le re tshwarele hoba e khoptjwa e le maotomane. So our last announcement is that there's refreshments there. We can all get something to eat, and then thank you for making this day happen. Without you, this that's le nankabeli le sakala bateng. Re le buile ho minahane. Le kalukulu wa ga lebo.